Yes.
Okay. You ready, Mark?
Yes, sir.
Good evening and welcome to the April 2nd meeting of the Lock Station County Town Council. Can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Browning.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rackett.
Here.
Councilman Dolphine.
Here.
Councilman Shira.
Here.
Councilman Leeang.
Here. If you'd stand for the pledge, remain standing for the invocation. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, again, we ask for wisdom and guidance. We pray for some rain, and we just thank you for all that you do. Watch over us in this meeting, we pray in your name. Amen. All right, looking for an approval on the agenda. Are there any additions or corrections on the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask to revoke the issue in our law firm, an invoice did not get to the town.
You want to do this in the consent agenda?
Yes,
Well,
I didn't know if we needed to do it now or when we plan it consent.
okay, let's bring it up with the motion for the consent agenda. All right, so any deletions, additions to the agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Brian makes a motion to accept the agenda. Second by Jim. Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, same sign. We move now to appointments. That's correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I nominate Dave Browning for mayor. I'll second it.
We have a motion in a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Appointment for vice mayor.
I'll make Ron
We have a nomination for Ron Gerald. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ron? By Jim? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Good enough. All right, it passes. There we go. Moving to the consent agenda. Any additions or changes to the consent agenda? Mike?
Yes, unfortunately, we were bookkeeping overlooked in my office. One of the invoices did not get to the town. Today, we noticed it is the general matters invoice. Invoice that the town gets from the law firm. So I'll be asking you to provide copies to the town this morning that you include that in your approvals. If you have any questions, you want to put it on the 16th, of course, that's your prerogative. But I apologize for that. It was a bookkeeping issue on the end of our law firm.
Okay. Any discussion by anybody? Questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda with the addition of the invoice.
Consent agenda with the addition of those.
Thank you. Makes a motion. Is there a second? Second by Ryan. Discussion by council members. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Consent agenda passed. All right, moving to presentations. We have FPL.
different municipalities in the county, mostly the northern, central, and some of the western part of the county. My responsibility is to be a point of contact for elected officials in those 19 municipalities, as well as the manager level, be it a town, village, city, whatever. And Los Angeles Groves is one of those. I've already spent some time with Mark last year and kind of introducing myself and introducing a lot about our company. And Mark was nice enough to ask me to come give a similar presentation to the council. So that's kind of my purpose here tonight. And I'll try to be as brief as possible. So it's not coming up.
It's like us waiting for our power to come on after the hurricane. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Let me just go on, since the presentation's not working, I'll kind of talk through it a little bit. Just a little background on me. I've been with the company, this is my 15th year with the company. I started in distribution. I was a civil engineering graduate from UF and I spent time in our customer service department, marketing, communication, and now external affairs. So I have a pretty kind of wide range of experience in the company. The company is part of a larger company called NextEra Energy, headquartered in Juno Beach. The company in Florida is called Florida Power and Light Company, and we have a sister company outside of Florida called NextEra Energy Resource. They happen to be the nation's leader in wind and solar, and one of the top companies in that regard worldwide. So all of those companies are headquartered in Juno Beach, right here in Palm Beach County. We are one of the largest investors in the state, one of the largest taxpayers in the state, a very large company employee-wise, I think somewhere in the range of 20th in the state of Florida, and have a pretty large supply chain that obviously works with a lot of different companies within Florida and around the country. Right now, our bill is considered the lowest in the state. There's 55 utilities in the state of Florida. I don't know if many people know that. There's a handful of investor-owned utilities like us, and then a lot of co-ops and municipalities. Out of the 55 utilities, our bill is the lowest in the state of Florida. On average, a customer saves about $357 a year by being an FPL customer versus the average utility customer in Florida. And we do a lot of things to try and keep that bill where it is. A lot of commodities over the last several years have gone up in price. Food is up roughly 20%, medical care 24%, gasoline 41%. If you look at our bill compared to where it was several years ago, it's actually 14% down. No, that's hard to believe, but that is the fact. So there's a lot of work we're doing to try and keep that bill low. A lot of it is being done at the power plants. We're doing some upgrades at our nuclear plants in Turkey Point, down in Miami, and in St. Lucie, and we're doing some modernizations of our natural gas plants. We tore down Cape Canaveral plant a few years back, and that one is being modernized. It's going to be about 33% more efficient. That means you're putting in less fuel and getting out the same amount of power. And that one's coming online middle of this year. Riviera Beach, many of you all may have seen the stacks come down at Riviera Beach. That facility is coming online the middle of next year. And then our Port Everglades project, we plan to tear those stacks down middle of this year, and those will come back online in the middle of 2016. All of these investments do cost money, but they also have immense savings on the fuel side of the bill. And most of these plants kind of pay for themselves in terms of the fuel efficiency. So when the bill on the base side of things goes up, the fuel cost is kind of correspondingly going down. Very smart investments. Not only are they saving customers in the long run on the bill with fuel costs, fuel efficiency, but also in terms of emissions. These plants are much more efficient than when they were built in the 60s or 70s, and it kind of goes to show that you can not only be a cost-effective power producer, but also a clean power producer at the same time. Over time, we've actually reduced our dependency on foreign oil by 98%. So we are burning a lot of natural gas created here in the United States. One of the things that we're looking to do now is try to help with the redundancy and reliability of the natural gas system in Florida. And one of the things we're proposing is a new natural gas pipeline into the state of Florida. There's one that comes from kind of around the Panhandle and down into around the state. That's the FGT line, and then one that comes across the Gulf of Mexico. And we're proposing a third line to further reliability and redundancy in the system. We're also doing what we call Energy Smart Florida. This is a lot of our investments in the grid. Smart meters have been installed in almost every home across our territory. We have 4.6 million customers. I failed to mention that earlier. So we've deployed that. Also a lot of smart technology on our transmission and distribution system to kind of identify problems before they occur and try to fix them in advance. A lot more smarter devices, trying to make the grid more modern than what most people think it is. Obviously, we do a lot of work in terms of hurricane preparations as well. We're clearing vegetation all the time. We have 70,000 miles of lines across the state of Florida. Some of those are underground and some of them are overhead. And we're doing a lot of vegetation clearing. We're doing a lot of pole inspections. In fact, last year we completed all of the pole inspections in Waxahachie Grove. So we started this back in 06, I think after the 04 and 05 storms. That program is an 8-year cycle, and we finished all the pole inspections in Waxahachie Groves in 2012. And there's 3 main lines, if you want to call them that. We call them feeders that feed Waxahachie Groves, and we've got lots of work in terms of thermal inspections, we call it, looking for hot spots on the lines, trying to find things before they occur, and lots of vegetation, and obviously pole inspections are done now. Also, in terms of hurricane prep, I actually sit at the Palm Beach County EOC for storms. So everybody at FPL has a day job and a storm job. And my storm job is to be the liaison at the Palm Beach County EOC. So I sit down actually with them every year with Vince Bonvento and Bill Johnson over there to talk about what are we considering the critical infrastructure that needs to come back up first in terms of priority after the storm. So we sit down and talk about that every year. That's part of our plan. So that just gives you kind of a background, operations-wise, what we're doing around our system. We also focus a lot, and this is kind of more in my area now, in terms of in an external contact. We're doing a lot in terms of economic development, trying to encourage folks to move to the state, to either build in Florida or occupy buildings that are not currently occupied. We work with the Public Service Commission to institute some rates to give companies a little bit of a break for a few years on their base side of their bill, not the fuel portion, but the base side of the bill, to encourage companies to move to Florida. We've got about 18 companies in the last couple of years that have moved to Florida and are set to take advantage of that rate. Combined, those businesses expect to add about 1,800 jobs here in Florida. A couple of examples: Nova Southeastern has what they call the Center of Excellence for Coral Reef Ecosystems, and then Martin Memorial Hospital has a tradition medical center that they're building. Both of those facilities are going to take advantage of that rate. We've also created a website called poweredinflorida.com, and this is kind of a one-stop shop for site selectors. A lot of folks, look for demographics information and other information about real estate, what's available and not. And we've got a website that we've created for economic development organizations and companies that are looking to locate here to kind of aid in that process. It's, I think, kind of a first of its kind coming from utility. And then in terms of community work, we do a lot in the community. We have a very engaged workforce in terms of volunteer efforts. Earlier, about a month ago, in fact, it's one of the reasons I wasn't able to be here a month ago, we had what we call our Power to Care Week, where we had employees. We had, I believe it was over 1,200 employees in 16 different counties working on a multitude of community involvement events. I personally worked at Habitat for Humanity project up in Utah. We also have a foundation that provides kind of support and donations to nonprofits. A lot of the folks in my role also sit on boards of nonprofits. I sit on the board of the Education Foundation in Palm Beach County, which is the nonprofit side of the school district. I'm involved in a lot of the chamber activity, especially Central Palm Beach County Chamber and the Wellington Chamber. And we do also a couple things that I think are pretty neat. We actually have one coming up, and I was intrigued by the agenda because the next item on the agenda is Big Dog Ranch. We actually have what we call a nonprofit energy makeover occurring at Big Dog Ranch next Tuesday. We do this both on the residential side and on the nonprofit side, going in and getting contractors to work with us to make some improvements to the lighting and air conditioning and that kind of thing, like either homes or nonprofit. And next week we actually have one at Big Dog Ranch. So there's a lot of things, both, time is sometimes more valuable than money, and we're kind of, putting both in terms of our employees' involvement. We have a very large United Way campaign every year. I think $3.1 million is the employee pledge to United Way last year. So we are giving kind of back to the areas in which we live and work and play. I'm sorry the presentation wasn't able to work. But I wanted to quickly come and just introduce myself so you all know who I am. Like I said, I spent some time working with Mark. He's very good about bringing any issues that come to his attention to me. We also have a distribution department and a customer service department that I lean on from an operational perspective to help resolve matters. And I appreciate Mark's cooperation and working with me on those things, and anything you all have in the future that comes to your attention. I'm your point of contact to help with those.
Okay, thank you, Max. Any questions for Max? Council member?
Yeah, you mentioned that you guys did inspections for the poles.
Yeah.
When it comes time to replace them, we have a few poles that are basically in the middle of the road, and we'd appreciate it if it can get scooted off the road. So.
I've talked with Jim about this a couple times, and I'd like to see kind of I don't know if the map's the right word, but the kind of layout of those poles so that we can take a look at those. I don't know whether or not those were poles that were identified to be replaced or not. We're only going to replace the ones that need it, and typically that work is done in 6 to 12 months after the inspection is done. So if we can get a map, kind of work together on locating which poles are we talking about and seeing whether or not those are ones that were targeted in that pole inspection to be replaced, then we can have that conversation. But thank you for the question. I've heard that a couple times.
Max, have we already got a list of the poles that you are going to be replacing in Wasatch? Can we get that list from you?
I will check.
It's already been done. In other words, can we just,
Yeah.
if we've got a copy, then.
Sure.
Was it the inspection that was finished, or have they replaced the pole?
But it's happening as time goes on. So if a pole is inspected in March of last year, it should be done at the latest by March of this year. So it happens over time. It's not we're going to do a blitz necessarily. Now they may do that if it's efficient in terms of doing the work that way. So I don't know whatever we inspected last year, some of it may be done already, some of it may still need to be done. I will check into whether or not that list is available.
Thank you.
Anybody else? And the one thing I'd like to mention, we appreciate you coming. It seems like the biggest problem we have in Loxahatchee Road is the branches and things like that. So when the hurricanes come through, we typically lose our power longer than anybody else. Now we understand there's less residents, we're farther apart. But it seems like sometimes we wait too long to get those branches. I mean, I'm walking out my driveway today and, you can see branches up into the power lines. So if we could just make sure these guys kind of look at us because there are so many trees and so many that typically is what happens.
I'm glad you brought it up too. I mean, it's obviously a big issue for us. It's a very tropical environment here. Lightning is a big issue for us as well. And it's really a kind of a dual responsibility. Trees are, obviously there are lots of folks who love their trees and don't want them touched. And we try to be as mindful of that as we can, but we also need to make sure we're providing reliable service. And so we kind of need to strike the balance of customers helping trim their own trees as well as us go in and do what we call line clearing. We're really there to clear our lines of vegetation instead of trimming a homeowner's trees. So there's a dual responsibility there, and we take our part very seriously. There are also times, I will be honest, there are lots of times where we get calls because the trees are up into the lines that are further down on the pole, and it will be a cable or a phone line, and it's nowhere near our lines. And so we spend a lot of time looking at those types of situations as well. But we're going to, if you bring that to our attention, we're going to go take a look at it, and if it's something that needs to be addressed, right then we'll take care of it. Right. But we do run into that a lot too. So I know that's more of a customer education issue than anything. So thank you for the comment.
All right. Anybody else? Eric, you got something? Sure.
Yeah, I got a couple questions.
Yeah.
You just used the phrase "you." Does that mean if I see an issue with a tree, I'm to contact the town, who will contact FP&L?
Well, we obviously have lots of channels for customers to talk with us. We have our phone centers. We actually have a phone center in West Palm Beach. The number that's on your bill is a way to contact us. There's obviously email on our website as well. All of those inquiries get routed to the appropriate departments. If you want to contact the council and have them get in touch with me, that's fine as well. I know their time is busy, so that's up to you. But there are many ways for customers to be in touch with us.
Right, I'm an old hand at that, and basically what I wanted you to realize is that might be a more efficient way, because as a customer in FP&L, I've been down that road and nobody ever does anything. After 2 years of demanding, they sent out an arborist who basically told me to go kill the trees, it's my problem. And so that was the result of 2 years of lobbying FP&L through the channels you mentioned.
Okay.
So I was hoping that if I complain to the town and the town complains directly to you, then that might be a more efficient way to get the complaint listened to. That's why I was asking the question in that way.
Well, it should be resolved if you go through the proper the normal channels, and so I'd like to get your address before I leave. And
the other thing is they inspected not the outside pole on the road, but the pole that's about 100 feet, 50 feet inside the property, about a year and a half ago, and they condemned it.
Okay.
And they said it would not last till the next inspection, it would rot and fall.
Okay.
And it's been close to a year and a half, and I called FP&L to try to find out when, if ever, was this scheduled for replacement. And they told me there was no work order for it at all, and then after I did quite a lot of more digging, I was told that that's a whole completely different department that doesn't cross-reference with my regular repair type records.
Yeah, the pole inspection program is actually centrally maintained, so the local distribution service center that does a lot of the design work for local businesses and homes in terms of getting power is a separate group from the pole inspection program. Yes.
So there's no way for us to find out. In other words, if you're on site when the guy comes and says, I condemn your pole,
right.
There's no way for us as consumers to find out when this is scheduled, or to call and ask where we are in the line just to get a guesstimate.
I don't recall. I know on our website we have, you can find out when the work is planned in your area for all these programs I'm talking about, vegetation management and line clearing and pole inspections and whatnot. I don't know whether or not you can find out when that specific pole is scheduled to be replaced. But I would like to take your address when I leave. And
one last question.
Yeah.
You said FP&L is the largest taxpayer in the state of Florida. Is that taxes you collect in sales tax from the consumers and pass on to the state?
Well, I'm not an accounting major, so I don't know how how the dollars flow. But Yeah, I'm assuming a lot of that also comes from consumers, and there's lots of property taxes that we pay. You know, all these plants that I mentioned that we're doing improvements on, those end up being very large kind of influxes of tax dollars to the local government when those come on the tax roll in terms of property taxes.
Thank you.
Okay. Max, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all for your time. Sorry again about the presentation.
Yeah, that's all right. All right, moving to 3B. Mark, here we go.
Good evening. For the record, Jeff Murphy. I'm a landscape architect with Laneside South. With me here tonight is Lori Simmons. She's the president of Big Dog Rescue Ranch. And just before I go into it, you already know you have incredible staff, but I just wanted to thank you to your incredible staff. They've done a great job at being cooperative with us and getting us to this point, so we really appreciate it. I'm going to have Lori come up. She's going to describe more about how the Big Dog Ranch operates. First, I'm just going to give you a little background, some context as to how we've gotten here. Big Dog Ranch is it's a unique no-kill dog rescue. It's located here in Palm Beach County. Actually, it's actually within a small unincorporated enclave at the southwest corner of 441 in Southern. And the fact that it's located there is actually the reason why we're here. It actually sits on the former property of the Folk Peterson Rescue. And the use itself, the rescue use, is actually grandfathered in. Currently, within county regulations, where it sits, it's no longer a permitted use, which adds a couple problems for the facility as it's being run. Number one, there's really no room for expansion. And number two, they have no way of actually of gaining any type of income for the facility other than the current donation process that they have. There's no way to include a veterinary service for the dogs, and there's no way to include any boarding of the dogs. And that's one of the reasons why until they can start to utilize those other uses, they need to get out and find another location. So they have been looking. The first step was within unincorporated county, to stay within unincorporated county. But again, really the only areas that were available were so far east and within industrial areas, they just didn't have the land area to get it done. We also looked at other municipalities, but again, the municipalities that are east, again, have a tough job getting the land area and the uses allowed that we're looking for. And so we started to look at more of the rural communities where we felt that this would probably be a better fit in the first place, which brings us to you tonight. Right now, we've been looking at several different properties within the AR district of Loxahatchee Grove. The AR district allows for the principal use, the rescue facility. What it doesn't allow for are those two individual uses that would act as accessory uses, which are the veterinary services and the boarding of the dogs. And so the reason why we're here, the reason why Lori's going to go through her presentation on the facility is to bring to you the question of how the town would be amenable to a code change to allow for the accessory uses of veterinary clinic and boarding of the dogs as an accessory use to the rescue facility. With that, I'm going to have Lori come up. She's going to describe, she'll introduce herself. She's going to have a video presentation. I'll close with some comments about some of our anticipated timelines, and then we're happy to answer your questions every time. Lori?
Hi, I'm Lori Simmons, and thank you for having us here tonight. I want to tell you a little bit about what we do. We are the largest no-kill dog rescue in the state of Florida, meaning not largest in size, but how many dogs that we save through our rescue efforts each year. We save about 2,000 dogs that would be euthanized in high kill shelters throughout the state of Florida, mainly focusing on Palm Beach County and areas around, South Florida. Dogs that are taken to shelters, whether their owner has died, whether the family has lost their home in a home foreclosure, whether somebody in the family has become ill or somebody's going to Iraq to serve their country. Dogs that are put into shelters that are owner surrenders are given 3 days. So when the shelter is full, they can euthanize that dog from the moment of intake to within 3 days. For strays that are found that nobody has reclaimed, they're given 5 to 7 days. We want to make a difference. We feel animals are part of the family. We're a very, very compassionate group of 12 board of directors that has literally given up their time, their money, and their life to make a difference for these animals and also for the families that receive them. We're not just about dogs. We're about families. We're about helping families in times of crisis. Right now we have a dog that the people have just lost their home last week. They don't want to give up their dog, so we've got their dog for 2 months while they get it together to get into a new place that will accept their pet. We also have 2 dogs for a young lady that's serving our country in Afghanistan, and we'll have her dogs for 3 months until she comes back from her tour. We're also about educating the community as to proper dog care and the importance of spay and neuter so that 25 years from now this is still not going on and there are so many homeless dogs dying in shelters strictly because their owners did not spay and neuter them and they multiplied and the list goes on and on. We're also about giving these special needs children, which you'll see in our video tonight, and the Special Olympics children, the art children, the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, a chance to do something good, to give back to their community, to help animals, to teach others. Boy Scouts come out and earn their badges at our facility. Girl Scouts come out and earn their badges. The special needs kids that are not allowed to volunteer at any other facility in Palm Beach County come out and they bathe puppies. And we teach them, how to train dogs and how to walk a dog. They come out twice a month and we love having them there. They're very much part of our group. So we're not just about dogs, we're about families, we're about helping other people, we're about educating, and we're about giving back to our community. Where we currently are is on a 28-acre facility that we're allowed to use 5 of. It was designated as a wildlife sanctuary, and we came in as an accessory use, and we're able to use, well, it's really 7 acres, but 2.5 acres are lakes. So we have 5 acres that we're on. It wasn't laid out really for an animal shelter. It was laid out for wildlife. So it's open buildings with open kennels. They're covered up under roof. We do have our hospital there that we treat our dogs. But it's really not laid out correctly. The building's already there. It wasn't designed originally specifically for the dog rescue or the animal rescue. It was designed for wildlife. So we may do with what we've got there, but we really, really need to, in order to keep our organization going, to keep saving lives, to keep helping families, what we desperately need is 15 acres to start from scratch. Build it first class so it is, a wonderful facility for these dogs to live while we're rehabbing them, while we're training them, while we're finding them their forever home. And by creating this new facility, everybody will be able to be indoors in air-conditioned, rooms. We want to be cage-free inside, indoor spaces, where the dogs go out for play or to go to the bathroom or training. only, but they're in the comfort of just like they would be in your home environment while they're waiting for their forever home. We do, you know, a lot more for the community than, you know, like I said, just dogs. We give a lot, we offer a lot of, you know, employment. We offer help to the community as far as their own dogs. What we want to do that we're finding is a really strong need in the western community and in Palm Beach County. We just had a dog that we adopted out. It was a 120-pound Mastiff, 1-year-old. We adopted him out to a family, and 1 week later, the family came back to us, and they called us and they said the dog ate a whole corn cob. It's at the emergency clinic, and they want $5,000 to save our dog. Without that, he's going to die. We had to get this family to surrender the dog back to us to do this surgery, because where we are right now, we're not allowed to do any medical on any other dog other than a dog that is owned by our rescue. And luckily, we were able to get the dog, do a surgery, get the corn cob out of his stomach, and save him. But, you know, there were young family, 3 young kids. $5,000 was not an option. We want to be able to offer this service for the dogs that we adopt out to be able to come back to us in case of an emergency. Should they, you know, we just had a lady yesterday, her mother is terminal, she died of cancer. She adopted her dog 6 months from us. She didn't know this was going to come up. She's got to go up and take care of her mom for the next 2 months. She couldn't afford $40, $30 a day for boarding. So, you know, we had to get her to surrender her dog back to us to be able to care for her dog. So when she goes through this awful experience of losing her mom, her dog is there waiting for her when she gets back. So we want to be able to have a first-class facility that's great for the community, that is able to be able to offer the dogs we adopt out, they're, you know, to be able to come back to us for reasonable veterinary care, for, you know, boarding in case of an emergency, and we want to make a difference. Our other, I know I've been talking a long time, but I have a lot to tell you and why we want to be here. The other thing that our mission is, we want to make Palm Beach County a no-kill county. And we're going to do that. By 2016, 2017, we are in high hopes that Palm Beach County will be a no-kill. How we'll do that is education, uniting all the small rescues together in one collaborative effort, and to stop breeding and, you know, with unnecessary breeding and getting dogs spayed and neutered. So those are the differences we want to make. We would love to be in Waxahachie Groves. We'd love to be a part of your community. We'd love to help you. And we'd love for you to help us by accepting us. And I'd like you to watch a short video about Big John Ranch. We are their champions.
And with your help, we can make that possible. For over 1,000 dogs a year, we did a meeting We're here today at the shelter to save some wonderful dogs whose time is up. If we don't take them today, they'll die at 4 o'clock again. That's why what we do is so important.
This is Betsy. Betsy was one of the 31 dogs that Lori and I took in Miami Dade the entire shelter. All 250 dogs we do that just
They're only given 3 days as an owner surrender. They're only given 5 days as a stray. After that, their time's up. They're euthanized. Their life is no longer.
Betsy was scheduled to be euthanized that day, and we couldn't bear the thought, knowing that she had never known anybody that would be rescued.
Our parents get a second chance at life, and they truly give us more than we can ever give to them. And so I just want everyone to know that these dogs deserve the best in life, and they give us more than we can ever deserve or hope to receive.
The program isn't just about dogs. It's an organization dedicated to making our entire world a better place. We believe people make a difference every day by choosing to be a part of our mission.
I can't picture my life without babies because I love animals.
The special needs kids that come, it's really wonderful to see when we give them a task and a responsibility of how much pride they take in it.
I give you dogs, I feed them, I love them, and that's what I do.
They remember everything they do here, so it really proves to me that this makes an indelible mark there. It really helps them connect.
Hi, I'm Jackie Domingo. Big called me, and the other day I came here to adopt this precious and puppy, and then I saw this cute little puppy named Millie, and she was so cute and special, just like me. And I have a mustache, and so does she.
We give them time, we give them love, we vet them, we get them healthy, we train them, and we find them a loving forever home. We were very fortunate to get this new facility to be able to grow and to complete our mission in becoming one of the best no-kill shelters in South Florida. Without people like you and your loving support, Silver and her brothers and sisters would never have the gift of life for a loving family. They would never know what love is. We need your help to build separate mom and pup buildings to keep these moms and pups safe during the shelter. We desperately need to finish outfitting our veterinary surgery center so we can have a full-time on-site vet to do our surgeries and all our veterinary. This will save us over $150,000 a year, which we can spend help saving more dogs. Please open up your hearts and give. Please give these dogs a chance at life, love, and a forever home that they so well deserve.
This video was from a year ago, only a year and a half ago, we had just moved into our other facility. One thing I wanted to add is we have been given $1.5 million from a donor to build a new facility, and we have another $1.5 million pledged from another donor to build the state-of-the-art facility. So we won't be paying for money to do mom and pup pods or anything like that. We would have $3 million, just construction fund, to build a really beautiful, top-notch facility that would be something you would all be proud of to look at.
And just real brief to close, I just wanted to just to bring it back to the more technical side of things, which is why you brought me along. Is that obviously the Lorraine Company are looking to move as quickly as possible at these relocation plans. And I wanted to stress that the need for the additional use, because the rescue facility is already actually allowed within the district, that's not what we're requesting. It's really those accessory uses, and we wanted to stress that in no way do we want this to be a gateway for everyone to come in and do either a vet clinic or a boarding in these districts. That we want to craft this as a way to be to help these types of facilities out. So we don't have anything site specific. This is merely at code level at this point. When we get to site specific issues, we know that there's things such as compatibility and access and traffic and all that will come out as we bring plans forward. So we're here. Thank you again for hearing us. We're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, council members, questions? No? Ron?
I personally think it's a good idea. In Loxahatchee Groves, we've got the Equestrian Hospital off F Road, which is superb, and it serves Wellington, it serves the acreage, it serves Loxahatchee when we have horse problems. We've got the Vince Ramos Center up up off 6th Fork North, which I think is a 501c or whatever, but it serves a very good purpose for all the people in Palm Beach County, especially kids and stuff. I know I paid some heavy vet bills when I had a lab that lived to be 13 years old, and it would be nice to have a vet center in Loxahatchee that would be more reasonable. The one thing that I would definitely require myself, this would have to follow in lines with Peggy Adams off Military Trail. I've dealt with them by taking in stray cats, and that's a superb unit, or whatever you want to call it there. You wouldn't know that the dogs and cats were in there, that they're kept inside, which I believe you said that you will do. The one thing Lori didn't mention, I don't believe, was the services you give to vets when it comes to dogs and things like that. I know in that location, I know that property in that area is for sale. You got people that's probably needs to sell it, residents of Loxahatchee. I think it's a good location because it's kind of on the corner. It doesn't put you in the middle of Loxahatchee. I don't believe that you would have a lot of traffic flow. And the other thing that I would want as a council member is Ryan's Road is in terrible shape. Now, I believe when we allow people to come into Loxahatchee, if we allow it, that those people need that road resurfaced, but it needs to be made into a decent road that people can travel on and get to your location, whatever. But those are some of the things that I would want to see.
Okay, Ryan?
I think it's a nice fit for the town. I think we can discuss some of the accessory uses, and we'll have to shoot it to the land planning committee, and then we'll come back to us. But I don't foresee any major hurdles at the moment.
Nobody in the council that has talked to people and called me, because there are some major hurdles on people that live on Bryan. And I think there's a lot of information that they need before we go too far in this. The idea of a dog rescue, I don't know if anybody in this room is against the idea, but where it's located is where I think we lose support. There are some folks here from Bryan, I know they've come to present, I guess, their side, but there is some grave concern along the south side, Bryan, across the street from where that property would be. On the corner is 5 acres, and you come in, you've got more acreage coming in, so you're coming down the street a little ways. When Lori came to see us, you can give us an idea of what she might want to come talk to us about. As I recall, I told her that the people of this community, anything like that, we would probably like to see opportunity of a workshop where they could sit and give Lori their feel for what their concerns are and have them addressed. And if they're not addressed, we've seen that before, that things are not addressed that usually lead to the project being either dismissed or changed drastically. And so they are addressed. So I think that would be certainly a step that we would have to take, or we would support. As a council member, I would support that we do that, but not to belabor it. I think we have a lot of people that are concerned that live along there, so I may have an opportunity to speak to them.
Myself, some of the words jump out at me. I mean, there's nobody in this room, I don't think, that's against animal rescue or that kind of thing. But when I hear the largest, room to expand, I know that traffic right there at that intersection is one of our worst spots in Loxahatchee Road because of the location of elementary school, Red Barn, Folsom. There's no traffic light there. So everybody's trying to get in, trying to get out, and that's an issue. It does bring the traffic onto Folsom. Honestly, I'd be more comfortable if it was on Southern or on maybe a large parcel that was property buffered on Okeechobee, but I'm not even going to say that without talking to residents. But I do have concerns, about some of these things. I drove by the facility. My initial thought was industrial. It's fences and kennels and people walking dogs. And I have a history, if anybody knows me, with the kennel. The first thing that got me in politics was a wolf hybrid boarding kennel that somebody was trying to put on D Road. And my wife woke up many nights at 3 o'clock in the morning with a howl. So I would not wish that on anybody. But anyway, I've got some comment cards. I'm not saying my wife at 3 o'clock, but I've got Andre LaCroix. Andre here.
Right here, sir. As a resident.
What?
Introduce yourself. Be on video.
My name's Andre LaCroix. I've been a resident of Loxahatchee approximately almost 24 years, and a resident of Bryan Road for 13 years. Believe me, I'm a dog lover myself. I've had as many as 6 dogs, every one of them arrested. Whether I find them as strays, I get them patched up and taken care of. Some I took as an infant that was set aside by the breeder. I said, don't feed that dog, let it die in its sleep. That dog lived to be 15 in my house. But, much like Jim had said, I think the location might be a little tough. It's a residential area, and this particular type facility has more of a commercial feel, and I think more of a commercial site would be better off. Question, how many dogs would this facility hold at any given time?
150 to 200, but usually about 80 to 90 are small dogs.
But it could hold any, so at any given time. There was talk or rumors of some of these animals potentially being either, are they all domesticated, or any wild animals that could potentially be diseased or quarantined being used at this facility for treatment?
100% domesticated dogs.
Yeah. Here, address your stuff, Gus.
I apologize. That was one concern that I heard through the grapevine, that this facility may have quarantined animals that could be potentially diseased for treatment. And again, that is another concern as the residents along the road. Would that facility have any animals that could potentially be harmful to anyone if they were to get out of the facility? I don't know. Now, this is a non-profit type organization. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but is there any tax revenue that should gain to this facility? Again, its noise level could be a potential concern, especially for the residents that are within close proximity. And again, I spoke with some of the Royal Palm residents just on the other side of the canal on Folsom Road. I don't know if this came to a vote. Will any of their votes have any bearing? Because they are residents of Royal Palm, but they're in such close proximity to this facility, that may have bearing, I don't know. Again, that would be entirely up to you guys if they were to have any bearing on the vote. Again, I'm a dog lover, I really am. I mean, I've got cats, dogs, I've got live traps, I've got garbage that gets torn into, I catch the raccoons and I release them in the wild. I work 40 miles west of here, and I take them to work and let them go. Believe me, I save everything I can. I pulled over the other day to catch a dragonfly in my truck. That's a goddamn. But I think this facility on the corner of Bryan and Folsom may be right idea, wrong place. And we'll go from there. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Dan Vinny. Is that correct?
I want to address the council. I want to ask you a show of hands. How many of you would like this right next door here? Anyone? Right next door here?
If
200 dogs?
If Peggy Adams was next door to me, it wouldn't bother me.
This is not Peggy
No,
Adams.
but no, this is what I said I I would like to see and require as a council, because I said, if Peggy Adams was next door to me, it wouldn't bother me, because I've had some good neighbors.
Yeah, but this is not Peggy Adams. This is a facility that's capable of housing over 200 dogs. They want to grow. You people started this town. I was against the incorporation at the time. You said, you promised us a restraint on growth. You haven't come through yet. I really think that this organization is a fantastic organization. I have a French Mastiff that I rescued, and I really think there's a need for this organization, but not in a residential neighborhood. This is not what we moved out here for. And in the last week, I've spoken to everybody on Bryan Road. I've got every one of their signatures, and not one of them is in favor of this.
Thank you. Okay, Jerry Perkins.
I'm Jerry Perkins. I also am a resident of Bryan Road, and I agree with everything that they said. You know, I have no argument against rescue. I just don't believe that a facility of this size belongs in a residential area. We already have a dog rescue right next door to me, which would be across the street from where they plan to put theirs, which now has anywhere from 30 to 50 dogs at a time. Sometimes I walk out the door to my patio. If it's been raining and the wind comes in the right direction, you don't even want to go outside your back door. And then you're talking about 5 times as many dogs now. I mean, it's bad. It's bad. And Carroll runs one of the best, cleanest facilities I've ever seen. Guarantee you theirs won't be as nice. It does not belong, that kind of facility, in a residential area. It's too big an operation, it's too commercial. Traffic, I've been by their facility, they have, at any given time, 10, 15 cars parked outside on the street. You don't have truck deliveries. People running in and out. The noise level, and you're talking about boarding these animals inside. That's great. They'll go outside to play and poop. Poop stinks. 200 dogs poop and stinks. You'll guarantee nobody here will say that.
Thank you. Ian Parker.
Ann Parker, Dean Connecting Canal Road. Listening to everything they are saying, I've never been up on Bryan, so I don't know what size properties they have, and if it is more of a residential than an RR. I've been to that facility a few times because I've taken donations over, and that's one of the cleanest ones I've ever been to. And I hope that they can find some place that in our town that would accept. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Lip.
Mr. Mayor, council members, congratulations, Ron, on your stepping into vice mayor general. For the record, Dennis Lip, 13402 North Road. Just a couple things on this. I've been familiar with the Simons since my employment with Just Santa Maria. They were in a tough spot. They were located in a residential community over off of North Lake. What's the name of that community?
Rustic Lakes.
Rustic Lakes. And the neighbors, of course, objected to it. We worked very hard to get them into Acme Ranches, or whatever it's called, there behind Lowe's. And it is a clean place and do a good job, but I think we may have even discussed it with them back then, because it was just 5 acres of the whole 20, because it was designed as a rescue for wildlife. And just to correct, is that in ULDC 20-015, commercial kennels are not permitted in AR, and rescue animal care is permitted with special exception. So, there are some hurdles to go past here. I wouldn't mind seeing her, Lorraine and I rescued lots and lots of dogs. All of the dogs we've had have been rescued up. And so it would be something that might fit, but I don't know. Residents on Bryan made a good point. The owner of that property called me and said, do you think it would be something to put here? And I told him no. Give Mark a call, he can probably tell him the same thing. So, it's, that's why you get paid the big bucks.
Thank you, Dennis. Grace Joyce?
For the record, Grace Joyce, 147th Avenue North. I have to say this is the first time I've ever actually gotten to speak during the presentation, so I love this town. I'm not sure exactly what the applicant or the presenters were hoping to accomplish tonight, because while the use seems like a great idea and everybody loves dogs and all that stuff, the fact of the matter is unless the use or the request to change the ULDC is consistent with the comp plan and we can find standards within the code that says, yes, this use is great, I think it's unfair to the folks in the audience as well as the town council to be put in a position to comment on a presentation for an application that could possibly be coming forward to you. Because other than Councilman Boltonay, who refrained from saying anything, your comments could indirectly or unnecessarily cause these folks to think that you would vote one way or another. And this is the type of thing that would be ideal for a community workshop, so that they, everyone gets to attend and everyone's opinions get to be heard. But the bottom line is, this is not the forum where you want to discuss an application that may or may not come forward to you, because feelings, and we all have them, do not come into play when you do changing to your zoning code or your land use amendments. Factual information as the rules and regulations were put into place. So while I appreciate everything they did, and I appreciate getting to speak during the presentation, I just feel like this is an inappropriate forum to do this, and maybe, I'm not sure if maybe we should as a town come up with a better policy so that folks who want to know if they can change a ULDC test the water through a community meeting as opposed to a town council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do you want to step up?
Yeah, please. And, in reality, we do this quite a bit. This is a somewhat regular process that we do. We do anticipate wherever the location is to obviously meet with the neighbors. Community meetings are great. We always support them. We're not trying to go around any type of process that would usually be carried forward to address the issues that the residents brought up. And the other, just about the community presentation, we always feel it's best to address it at the council level first of all, staff level first, then council, so there is a clear understanding exactly what we're going to be meeting about, exactly what we're going to be discussing.
My name's Brian Toll, and I'm basically the developer that's helping Laura and Jeff do this and that. This is exactly why we do this, and we want to be very, very clear. There's all these rumors flying around. Well, the first rumor is, there would be no traffic on Bryan Road. There'd be zero traffic on Bryan Road. There'd be zero cars parked in the street. And what we're doing is we're getting the cart in front of the horse. We're not even convinced that's the best location. We're looking at some locations on Okeechobee Boulevard and on Southern Boulevard. And then once we understand the feeling, which we think we have a good feeling for, is that the idea is good, we need to meet. Once we understand the idea is good, and no one in here said the idea wasn't good. So we all agree the idea is good. Now we have to figure out how do we make that idea fit in Loxahatchee Groves so that we make everyone happy. And that's basically our job, is to once understand the idea, see if we can get it fit, and then we go out and we meet with everyone, we talk about their concerns, and we eliminate rumors. There's not going to be any wild animals at this thing. There's not going to be any traffic on Bryan Road. There's not going to be any cars in the street. The traffic count at this place averages 25 trips a day. How many trips a day do you have at Rose's Red Barn? I mean, 200-300, this is a fraction of that. But again, this is all rumor stuff that we can sit down and talk to people and explain. The dogs are kept inside in an air-conditioned room at night from 6 p.m. till 9 in the morning. Air-conditioned, soundproof rooms, 8 in the morning. So there's all these, only during the day, not at night at all. And they're in air-conditioned
Don't
rooms.
sleep during the day, right?
But I'm not.
And they don't bark during the day?
Again, I'm not going to address all the comments. What I'm saying is that we will be happy to meet with everyone. We'll be happy to understand their concerns.
Would you be happy to put it next door to you?
Yes.
Then do it.
And then
You buy my house, live right next door to them.
So again, we're here with the principle of the idea, and I think that we all agree it's a great idea. Now we got to go out and find the best fit in the area. If it doesn't fit on Bryan Road, down Folsom Road by the corner of Okeechobee, then we'll look for another area on Southern or Okeechobee. But we will do those things. We will meet with every neighbor. We will, once we figure out where we're going to go, and we don't have any contract signed. We don't know where we're going. So, we're going to work on that. And once we do that, then we'll meet with the neighbors and say, this is what we're going to do, and we'll see whether they're concerned, and see if we can't have a meeting of the minds. It's important to remember that by code, it is allowed. It is allowed, but without the commercial boarding and the commercial kennel. So, like the one lady has one already on the 5 acres by code, that is, But again, we're not trying to push, we're just trying to work with people. So we understand the concerns, now we got to go back and do our work, and we're happy to do that. We're happy to do that. All right?
Thank you. All right. No action on this, this is just dealing with water, right?
Again, I think it's their intention, as I've indicated, to file testimony to the LDC. This presentation was brought to you because once they file that application, they come back and talk to you and talk to you with
Right.
This is their one opportunity to explain to you in public at least what they envision for you to. Do the record.
And
the board shouldn't comment.
Anybody else, any further comments?
Because then it could confuse us.
All right. Moving to next item, 3C. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. And how long does that take?
Good evening, Council. My name is Valerie Shaughnessy. I'm a volunteer with the American Cancer Society Relay for Life. I'm the event chair. This is Lori, that is with me, Lori Clocky. She is our donation chair. The reason I come here this evening is, number one, of course, everyone, it seems more and more with any age group Waxahachie, somebody knows somebody who's been involved with cancer, has been diagnosed, or we've lost. The Relay for Life is to celebrate, remember, and fight back. And what we do turn around and do, we want to incorporate Waxahachie Groves, which, this is my first year as event chair. I have attended numerous times. Anita Martin heads up your Waxahachie Groves elementary team. She's doing a phenomenal job. But what I see is, and yes, I've lived in the acreage for 20 years, there hasn't been the involvement that personally I and many people in the past have seen that want Waxahachie Groves involved. With that being said, Anita actually personally with her team so far representing Waxahachie Groves Elementary has raised almost $500 in the last two weeks alone. My request tonight is I'd like to see the community, and I know from my understanding is that we have the Waxahachie Acreage Relay for Life. We have, there's Boyle Palm, there's Wellington, all the different towns. For some reason, and I have a lot of friends that do live in Waxahachie Grove, seems to just be not involved because for the reason of what I don't know, but I'd like to change that, and they want to be involved. And with that being said, our event's on April 13th and 14th. And there's an opportunity that, I don't want to say any of the phenomenal residents that are here, we have an opportunity for what's called a survivor event. sponsor. There are higher levels, obviously, that include with the sponsor, that could get your town and the residents more out there by some of the things that that American Campsite can actually offer. Everything from the post press releases from the event, what's called track markers, which adorn the track, and we typically get about 25 to 3,000 people out of the event. I can't release all the surprises because some people that are here may or may not know or have survivors, and we have some surprises that are coming up, but we do have Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office that is bringing out their car. We have the Palm Beach County Fire Rescue that is also coming out. I would like to ask the council if there would be a way that you would like to be an event sponsor, which our event is coming up and we have 11 days countdown. And there are things that will, from this point forward, enhance and help your Loxahatchee Groves Elementary team, but as a separate entity, as actually the community being involved.
All right. Ron?
I asked them to come here tonight and speak. We all know people in Loxahatchee that suffer from cancer. And we did, at one time years ago, we had our own team. Bill Lyle was part of that team. Darlene, who used to sit on the water control board, Darlene Crawford was part of that team. Me and my wife participated, but we were up there from 6 in the afternoon until 6 the next morning walking. Loxahatchee Groves Elementary School, they do have a team, but I think the town can get more recognition. We could have a couple choices tonight if we decided to donate for this cause. We could donate to the Loxahatchee Groves Elementary School, which is our school, for that team, or we could pull more weight by donating as a town for the event. And I think we've got money in the funds. This is one cause that we all have suffered one way or the other through families or friends. So this is one cause that I support every year, and it's been held at the Anchorage at 140th in the park. There's a lot of dedicated people that go around the clock from 6 till 6 in the morning, and especially a lot of teenagers that do the walking and stuff. But this is one cause that I support. I'll make a motion after everybody speaks.
If I may add, and Justin, thank you very much. For instance, last year we were at 19 teams. This year, as of today, signed and paid, we have 28 teams. We had last year, there was one event sponsor. We currently have 4. 2 that are $2,000 sponsors, 1 that's $1,000. So the recognition and having that ability to have Loxahatchee Groves involved would be, and from what I'm looking at, a very pivotal standpoint from this year forward to maintain Loxahatchee Groves being involved in the event. And it's April 13th and 14th this year. It starts at noon. It goes till 6 a.m. And it's at the community park. And following them, there's also going to be the breakfast at the local restaurant that is at Net Kokomo's from 6:30 a.m. to 11. You'll get recognition there as well for being involved as a sponsor, as an event sponsor. The whole community is invited, not just to the event. This is not just for teams. It's for the whole community to attend from noon till 11 p.m. So you have the whole community and their residents, with the teams of 28, which have an average of 15 or more per team, times 28 teams will be there from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. With that being said, we have approximately 15 to 20 items that will be donated that we're going to basically flood the community within the next 7 to 8 days, inviting them not only to the event, but also then to the breakfast afterward that's going to last from 6:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Kokomo's has agreed to donate 10% of all the breakfast money that comes in, but it also gives us a chance to recognize and thank, and of course, bring forth your town as well, if you're able to consider this.
Okay, other council members? Questions?
How much are we being asked to consider?
I'm gonna make a motion that we donate $500 for the cause. And when it comes to recognition, if anybody accepts the recognition for the town of Loxahatchee Groves, I would like for it to be survivors and people that are fighting with cancer. And I think we've got enough people in Loxahatchee, if they happen to be here for that weekend, that we can get up enough. But those are the people that I would like to see accept the recognition.
Not to put you on the spot, but do you know the amount of money that remains in the donation?
You proposed budget for this year, you approved $5,350 for special events and contributions, and at the end of February financial, you spent $1,286.18. I'm not aware of anything we spent in March, so that would leave you with roughly about $4,063.82 in that account. So there is money to go ahead and cover that.
All right, Brian.
I remember when I first got elected, we were involved. I was with Ron at one of the at that one. I spent all night there, and I think it is a great event, and $500 isn't too much to ask.
And let me make one more comment. Now, I recommended it $500, but, you know, we've got other council members here. They may want to recommend more, so I'll leave that open.
Jim?
I could easily pledge my $500 for April to go with it.
Yay!
All right. So we can make it 500 from council and another 500 from the town, 500 just next month, because I haven't spent it yet, so we can give that up.
The only issue I've got here, and I know that there are a lot of supporters for the American Cancer Society. I lost a father and a brother and an uncle and a lot of my family's to cancer. They were not supporters of the Cancer Society, so that's another issue. But, you know, I do have an inherent problem with the town donating. You know, I think when we first set up this fund, it was for, you know, local kids that were maybe going on a trip someplace, and we were donating to local people. All of a sudden now, we're determining donations. I mean, Sharon and I donate to who we believe in, and we look into different things, and we donate as generously as we can. So I have a little bit of problem with this beginning to donate tax money for people that really have no say. And it's just an issue that I, you know, it is great to be able to, and it's great to put our name behind something, but I do have a problem with donating your tax money and my tax money for issues like this. So.
On that issue, I would agree with you. However, in this particular case, what we're doing is deciding how to spend the money that we already appropriate. And when we get to the next budget year, that's really, I think, very appropriate and something that should be considered, because I philosophically agree with you completely. But, you know, this is a budget, these folks are here, Ron asked us, Jim, we decided to assist. Yeah. And did.
All right.
Just so it comes in May.
I've got one public comment, Todd.
Tom McClendon, D Road. I didn't think I'd be up here, but Tom, I 100% disagree with what you just said. I agree with Dave and Jim Rocket said. Just because the money's in the budget doesn't mean we should spend it. And it's tax money, we shouldn't be giving it away. It's not up to you five to do that. I agree 100% with what Rocket said. I think it's fantastic that he offered to donate his portion of his pay. And I think that's how it should happen. If you guys are going to donate money from the town people, you guys match it. Simple as that. If you want to donate my money, $100, you match it 100, he can match it 100, everybody up there match it. That's how it should be. Has nothing, I have nothing against this organization or any other one. But it's like you said, Dave, this is money that you're taking from the people and deciding who you're going to give it to. And that shouldn't be. I know two of you up there thought you're getting overpaid for sitting up there. Take that money and donate.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you. All right. We do not have a motion right now. John, are you going to make a motion?
I make a motion that the town donate $500 for this cause.
I'll second. Okay, we have a second. Further discussion by council?
I have a question.
Yes.
Can we include a motion that we direct the funds that I am to be paid go along with that, or we have to, I should need to do that separately?
You don't.
other issues. It's your own personal choice at that point. You don't
Well, I
want to
just,
motion, otherwise they're
I can
telling you
just
to do it.
endorse the check over. Okay, I'm sorry, I just wanted to double check.
But you'll want a record for your tax. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. So it passes 4-1, I believe. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your presentation.
Would you, when you get the other $500, would you consider the Loxahatchee Groves donation as $1,000 in total? Can you do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, moving to committee, financial advisory. Yeah. Come on up, Virginia.
This is the FAAC report for the period ending February 28, 2013. The town of Waxahachie Grove's bank balance was $3,229,131.28. Deposits totaled $167,615.15. Expenditures totaled $114,690.72. In addition, the audit committee requested that the town manager bring to the next meeting the auditor's management report.
All right. Motion to accept? We have a motion by Jim, second by Ryan. Discussion. Thank you very much, Virginia. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, take it. Good.
We're taking a 5-minute break.
5-minute break. Greg.
How you doing? I fell down, broke my wrist. Yeah, unfortunately. Would you do it on the job? No, I do it at home. I was trying to clean out my barn and moving some lumber around, and I walked backwards, and I walked over one way too far, and I tripped over with the lumber up in the air in my hand, and went sliding down on the ground. It happened so quick, and it hurt so bad. I laid there probably for 5 minutes before I got over there. And then I got over there and
Sorry.
my fiance moved those blades and goes, I got it hung off the house on my arm. Yeah, blades and goes and so grab some.
All right, let's give Mark. Okay, let's go ahead and we can read this in.
Mr. Mayor, you want me to go ahead and read the title? This is second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance 2013-02. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Waxahachie Groves, Florida, amending Part 3, entitled Supplemental Regulations, Article 80, entitled Additional Uses, Section 80-020, entitled Residential Enterprise of the Town of Waxahachie Groves, Unified Land Development Code to delete the property size requirements and regulations relating to the number of employees, delivery of merchandise, to permit a limited number of customers to transact business at the location of a residential enterprise, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date. You may recall the last meeting, on first reading, the council did adopt a motion to amend the proposed ordinance. Initially, the ordinance proposed to amend previous section H to delete the sentence that prohibited client or customer visits to permit up to 3 clients or customers to be present at the same time to transact business on the premises. The motion that was made and approved to amend this ordinance on first reading deleted the regulations regarding the size of property, employees and contractors, delivery, merchandise, and goods. And so those were deleted, the sections re-lettered, and that is, it was read like that on first reading and passed 4-1. It was advertised, and it's here tonight on the second reading and public hearing.
Okay. All right. Before we go any farther, and I'm going to take a little mayoral privilege, if I could. There's been several people have contacted me from our own committee that feel that it might be good to table this for another time. In other words, we've already got our zoning in progress. I think these businesses can continue to operate right now. But there are some issues that I think maybe we need to look at, and maybe we can take care of some other way. Mark, I talked to you before about that. Do you want to say something about that?
Sure. Let me just kind of comprehensively cover all those concerns there. First of all, as you're aware, yesterday I sent a memorandum to council. I've been asked by a council member to provide some additional thoughts relative to the issue. And just to summarize or paraphrase very quickly what I said in that memorandum, I think there were some alternatives. I was concerned because of the fact that what the amendment was doing was affecting the whole class of residential enterprise. And as we were trying to help one individual business who had an issue. I think what happened is kind of in the, I do agree with what the LPA has indicated in terms of their, I'll say that up front. I think some of their analysis was right on money. However, I think the way that this can potentially go as an alternative is, as I indicated in the memo, what we're doing is we're trying to address the issue of uses that have existed in the town for some time, and then newer issues that may be looking to locate into the town, new uses. With the first, as you know, the ULDC committee offered a proposal to you that we brought back a couple of meetings back, and Mr. Fleischman and the staff, town management company are really working on that, and that is, right now it's called historical legacy. It's probably not going to be called that when we come back with an amendment, but that would address those folks who were here and would be in a non-conforming status, if you will, or whatever. We'll work the details out. But the issue of residential enterprises and home office, there are some issues. Both those uses in our current ULDC do not allow traffic or customers to come to the property in question. These are the newer uses that we're talking about. People that are coming in looking for a residential enterprise approval, and they're both conditional uses, or the home office. We believe that as a second part to this recommendation, we can go ahead and also review those uses and try to address the home office, especially as it relates to what's normally equated to be a home occupation in many other jurisdictions. But what we would try to do is address it more than likely based upon the impact, because there are some home occupations that would require folks visiting the use in question. And the obvious one that comes to mind is if you have somebody giving music lessons and the pupil's going to come there to get the music lessons and that kind of thing. So that is one alternative that we could indicate. We would recommend you could table the ordinance tonight, and staff can go ahead and move and try to address those two issues. If you're not interested in tabling and going that route, the other option that Mike and I discussed this afternoon is, it's not the best option, but it's workable, and that would be to change item H, where it talks about bringing up to 3 customers at any one given time to the use in question, to do it by appointment. Drop the number and just say by appointment. Now, I will tell you quite frankly again, it's still an enforcement problem for us. I can't sit here and tell you we can enforce it at all, but it is another alternative by which you could consider. And then there may be deviations off that, but I mean, just as the discussion started, those are 2 ways you could address it. Of course, the third way is to adopt it as it's presented tonight.
Right. So those are the thoughts. So I'm throwing that out to y'all. We'll do whatever we need to do.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Mike, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, it's really a policy decision on how you want to proceed. Just for what it what is worth in my observation is this had come up to try to assist someone, but because of the unique nature of what they do, we're not able to assist that specific subject matter. There's a statute that prohibits us from dealing with the issue of gun sales, even if it's one of those, even if we wanted to treat it in a way that would, protect it in some way. So we cannot do a subject specific on that, and that created the issue that has brought us to where we are tonight, and that the code needed to be changed. I'm not sure how we can deal with that issue in the short term. This issue here, does present, as Mark said, some enforceability issues with the customers. And also, I know I was looking at the P&Z, your planning and zoning board comments, and there's issues about bringing it to a second layer of review if customers come on. And it may bring in some of those issues, but it really depends on the use, and it's really getting to that second layer of the onion. I looked at this as a zoning ordinance that would say, that regulates the use, because right now you can't have customers, then we say, okay, you can have some. But that may change some of the other rules depending on what people come in to get an LBR for. But that's impossible to tell you tonight what would apply and what wouldn't on those. And so, right now, it really is on your lap as a policy decision and how you want to proceed tonight.
Any other council members? And then what I think we'll do is let the public speak, and then we'll make our choice. That's our thing.
I'll be glad to hear Grace Joy speak again and a couple other people, but I think this problem could have been solved. I think we kind of made it a problem. If I understood the P&Z right, and I do listen to you, and I do value your input and your volunteer time, I think we should have kept this with what we initially started with. We wanted to eliminate H, which is F now. It had to do with clients or customers. No client, at first it was no client or customer shall be allowed on premises. I believe that we could eliminate that whole thing, period. Now, one comment was physical impact. Okay, how do you find out what the physical impact is going to be if you don't have problems or I mean, this business, he's been in business 28 years, and so far we haven't heard of one problem that he's had in the past. Now, because they're breaking hard on weapon guns and stuff, he had a problem this year. Last year we issued the permit to him. I do not see a problem with eliminating H. I think we threw a problem in there when we picked the number of clients. Okay, I think we need to eliminate that altogether and keep the code just like it was. And if we got the ULDC committee now that's working on it, working on all our ULDCs and stuff. So, if it presents a problem, then let them try and solve the problem. But I do not see a problem with this when it, if somebody calls us up or people start reporting, hey, there's 20 people coming in to buy guns and stuff like that, then we take care of the problem right away. But we've never had a problem in the past, and it seems like we created our problem by picking how many clients could come and go. I think we just need to leave it out of the picture and go ahead and finalize it tonight.
All right, other council members?
I'd like to know, Mike and Mark's comment relative to what Ron just said. If we were to, based on what we did at first reading, just right now take what was H and whatever it is now is what it is. But whatever H was, if we take that out, does that solve the problem? Or does that make it difficult?
Well, that gets back to the original, that was the point of my memo where I said I'm always troubled when you make a change, ordinance change that affects one property owner, because technically it's not going to just affect the gentleman selling guns now, it's going to affect anybody who has a residential enterprise permit from us. So, as to how much activity in turn that's going to generate with other uses, you can't tell because now it's townwide.
So if we table this tonight, we could get next meeting or whatever, get a staff suggestion or report and make a decision then?
Well, obviously, we can give you an idea where we're going. We'd have to still go through the process to make it happen. But we just start thinking about some ideas of that.
all right.
I'm saying May, not the next, because we do need it, we're gonna have a meeting, I'm gonna recommend a meeting on the 16th, so.
Okay, all right, Grace Joyce, then I've got Dennis, Ian Parker, and,
Thank you. For the record, Grace Joyce. Just for housekeeping purposes, the second whereas on the ordinance is incorrect because the Planning and Zoning Board did not recommend approval. It says we recommended approval.
Apologize.
Just wanted
We
to
can make
make
that change if it passes through. I wish you would have caught that last time.
Yeah, I missed the
I know,
whole thing last time.
I'm
I
not
got here a little
blaming you,
late.
blaming me. I apologize. I'll get it fixed.
Again, and as you guys who know me know, I'm all about process and procedural. Making this code change, and if you bear with me, Ron, I'd like to address specifically what you said. There's no evidence that this change is consistent with the comp plan. As a matter of fact, if you go to the land use category of the comp plan, underneath home occupation, because it's not underneath residential enterprise, it says that as a policy that the town will restrict and protect the surrounding areas from the impact of home occupancy. And it would not do anything detrimental to surrounding properties with regard to home occupancy. And the changes that are proposed are just the opposite. So take that and you put it in a box. And this is the most important thing that the LPA said that no one has mentioned tonight. Florida has a building code. And when the structures in our code, in most codes in the communities that are adjacent to us, home occupation or home office or whatever it is they call it, generally takes place in the primary structure. And that's how you can limit the impact to the neighborhoods that you're surrounding and your neighbors. And there are standards that go along with it, types of uses that you're allowed to do and that you're not allowed to do. And you can have folks come to your home for piano lessons or seamstresses and things like that, because that's something you find in a residential neighborhood. The residential enterprise is something that's unusual because it's not necessarily defined as something that's a home-based business, because the way the code was prior to the change, while your family was employed, you could have up to 2 additional employees. Now we're saying you can employ as many people as you want. As many people as you want, you can employ. You don't even have to be a family member. You don't have to live here to be employed. You can employ as many people as you want. So you're taking a structure that was accessory to a residential building, a residential accessory structure, and by changing that code, and by changing, and this is so important, by allowing the public to come, whether it's 1, whether it's 3, whether it's unlimited, you have changed the occupancy of that residential accessory structure. Florida Building Code, Chapter 9, is all about change of occupancy. And the instant you think about changing an occupancy of a building, you have to go to your municipality, you have to apply for a building permit, and all of the standards, the ADA requirement, the mechanical, the electrical, everything that would pertain to a commercial building now has to be put into this residential accessory structure. So you have to fire sprinkler building. You have to provide handicap accessibility. So if the intention is to create commercial businesses throughout the residential community, which I am against, the LPA was against, and I think the intention of helping out this one individual, instead of jumping the gun and putting a zoning in progress, we should have let our staff, which we're paying, taxpayers are paying, analyze the situation and try to help the gentleman, because he is a legal non-conforming use. He may be a major legal non-conforming use based on the way that our code is currently written, but we recognize that you were here before these were here, you were allowed to do that. Let's figure out a way to help you without causing unintended consequences to everybody. Because right now, a person living next door to me who has a barn can open up a business, any kind of business, except for adult entertainment, in that barn. That's the only thing that we said you can't have, specifically. is adult entertainment. Now, of course, there are other standards that are in play because we are a residential district that they may not get licensed for, but they can open up anything. The removal of how goods are delivered, you can have tractor trailers driving down the street all day long making deliveries to people who don't live on the property in a building that is not ADA compliant. So if this is the direction that the town wants to go in to help just one individual by hurting everyone else, then I would suggest that you add a line in there that states if you change your occupancy, you have to adhere to Chapter 9 of the Florida Building Code. I don't recommend that you do that. I think this was a decision made in haste. Again, we're using our town council to resolve issues that should be done at a staff level. If you are non-compliant with the code, that's what the special magistrate is for. If you have an issue with policy that the town has, come and sit down and talk to staff. We don't want to hurt anybody, but you don't want to hurt us either. And this, the way that it is written, hurts me and everyone else in this room by allowing one individual to now be able to sell guns out of his accessory structure. So I would please caution you not to move forward with this at all, in any way, shape, or form. Please ask your staff, which you pay, to come up with a solution, because there is one. There's a solution out there. And please just be careful. You know, think of everyone else who's not in the room asking for special exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Okay, Dennis Lipp.
For the record, Dennis Lipp, 13402 South Road. Great job with that. I think you really made some great points. The Adults with Disability Act is separated into three different, maybe it's four now, four different things. Title III, Section 3, paragraph 1200, places of public accommodation located in private residences. That's what we're talking about here tonight. When a place of public when a place of public accommodation is located in a home, the portions of the home used as a place of public accommodation are considered to be part of Title III, even if these portions of the home are used for residential purposes. In other words, Title III states that you've got to have an awful lot of things done, and as Mike reminds us, this is a policy decision. But once this policy is made, then building codes come in, then zoning codes come in, then a whole plethora of things then start happening. It's going to take staff time, it's going to take zoning committee time, it's going to take a lot of time. They've got to prepare for zoning committee. We're up there to fulfill the board's needs. You know, but you're making a little scratch to help somebody out, which is laudable. But that's not your job. Your job is to set policy for the whole town, not to accommodate one voter. So I think that, you know, that as we move forward, I think the ordinance should be left as is, because it took a long time writing that, and there you were on board at that time. And it works, because it was not designed to be ag. Ag is ag, and ag is not a residential enterprise. Ag is a permitted by right use in Loxahatchee grows. Residential enterprises are a different matter. This is where somebody's got an internet business. You know, this is not somebody selling hay. This is somebody selling electronic widgets that are probably made in China and shipped out of a warehouse in Los Angeles. And he just happens to be the go-between guy making some money. That's what it was designed for. Now, if somebody is selling guns or selling anything out of their house and requires customers to be there, there's thousands, tens of thousands of square feet of shop space. I know just Santa Maria probably got a couple of places that he'd sell for, you know, rent for next to nothing. So there's ways around this. I think this is something that if you need to table it, table it. I think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Dennis. Ann Parker.
Pam Parker, D. Road, Lexington. bucks. And then I read the revision. And I can hardly eat dinner because nothing would go down. And this really upsets me because to me, it looks like you're opening a commercial-sized can of worms. And before you know it, they're going to be crawling everywhere. And so many people are hollering, you're changing Waxahachie roads, you're doing this and that commercial. If we go through with this, as it is, that's what's going to happen. And I hope you table it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. John Ryan?
John Ryan, 3508 A Road. Mayor and Council, I know you've been discussing this ordinance for 2 or 3 meetings. I read the version of the changes in the agenda pack today, and really I was a little concerned because when I left the last meeting, maybe I was hearing what I wanted to hear, but it didn't comport with what was in the agenda pack. So I checked with Denise, and she was able to put the audio of the last meeting on today. And really, what I heard was, I think, confusion that I understand, but let me tell you what I believe a close listening to the tape, several minutes of the tape indicated. There was discussion back and forth of Councilman Golson's 3 points as kind of a separate discussion. But with regard to the number of customers, there was a concern over the issues raised by the planning and zoning people in their advice to the council. And one item that, Mayor, I believe you were the one that brought it up, was you were looking for a simple solution and maybe just eliminating H so that it didn't create the commercial customer confusion and perhaps go well beyond what was intended. You know, you had mentioned that maybe just eliminating the wording in item H would do the job. And then you recognized Tom Golson's concerns, and at that point, it was kind of turned over to Town Attorney Cirillo to kind of bring things together as to where things were. And the way he brought them together, even though the discussion, I think, had been to eliminate B, G, I, and H, he kind of brought up the fact that the way that the change that had been on the table for the council's discussion was to include up to 3 customers at the accessory building. And I think in some element of just trying to get through a lot of discussion, the vote was taken based on what I think I correctly heard as the discussion among the council members before, and then this one difference that was kind of a carryover from previous wording that was read by the town attorney, and that's the way the vote went. So I think that there was real confusion in getting to the changes that were in the ordinance for consideration tonight. And I think Grace Joyce highlighted some very relevant concerns, and that I really think that the staff ought to take those concerns to heart. And I think in the background, and I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, I hope the council will rely on the ULDC Review Committee based on a motion that was made by Howard Moran to really look at how to deal with historic businesses in a simplified special exception basis. And that's the way I think the staff can work with Mr. Klein to allow him to continue his business and maybe do it in a way that they can have special exception wording that prevents prevents the firearms regulatory people from feeling that he is not complying with the town code. So I think we table this and let the staff really consider how to deal with Mr. Klein's historic legacy business issue and his license renewal concern related to the town code that the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms people brought up. I think that's the way to go. So if you could table it and let the staff really put it together, I think that'd be clarified.
Thank you, John. Howard Moore?
Howard Moore, E Road. I gotta admit, I'm thoroughly confused. I have absolutely no idea what anybody's talking about. We seem to be going completely around in circles. I agree with everything John Ryan said. I don't know how we got from last meeting to where we are right now. I believe, I understand everything Grace Joyce brought up. It's all relevant, but those are the problems we have to surmount. We're never given solutions to the problems. I believe Dennis Lip got up here at the last meeting and said that he can handle his gun sales and the few visitations under something that's already in the ULDC. I don't recall what he talked about, but there was something there already. I hear us all talking about going ahead and classifying it as if it was somebody tutoring math or giving music lessons. Why don't we pursue that? Because isn't there something in our ULDC that already allows that? Okay, I would like Tom to speak to that. And also, Mark Hutney brought up, what if we make it by appointment only? And everybody just brushed that aside. Well, this gentleman says he only sells a half a dozen guns a year. Why can't it be done on appointment only? So I think we're going out in the left field. Grace Joyce's recommendation to give it to staff, you all know that doesn't work because then we wind up with something like we did with the hay ordinance, which is not anything like what we really wanted. So I think we need to get to something much simpler and go ahead and do it by appointment only, get him in now in that way, just as if he is a math tutor or giving music lessons. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Tom?
Mr. Mayor, it was interesting to hear the connection between this and commercial. Because essentially, if we take that argument, what we're saying is, you shouldn't be allowed to have a residential enterprise, we need to build commercial for it. So, I'm missing that, because whenever we get here and we talk about let's do commercial, we hear about needless commercial. We hear about how we certainly don't want the college to go back to commercial because commercial is so terrible. And we hear about, now all of a sudden that we have a need for this commercial. So I am confused as can be on that subject. The other part is, if you look at the scale and the scope of the residential enterprise, if you're going to somebody around here to get a gun from him, you know you're not going to shoot and check. You know you're not going to the gun show down there, where they've got the tables running half the way, quarter mile down the road. But maybe it's because you want to talk to Bill. Maybe it's because you want something that's known as personal service. Maybe you want to live in 100 years ago where people knew who the hell you were, cared about your issue, and actually are the person you're going to do. You're going to do the work. When you go to the mechanic, you can tell the mechanic, this is what's wrong with my car, and I want my car fixed, and I want you to fix it. And he's the guy who does it, not some idiotic service writer who's going to go out to lunch and he isn't even be there on Friday when you come back, and no one will even work with the car. And he's not going to be the guy, you're not going to go and wait 6 hours to get a tire plugged. And you're not going to wait all this time because you live in Loxahatchee Groves and you expect to live a different life than the rest of the people who live in this multi-million person metropolis we call South Florida. But we live here for a reason. It's not to be just like them, because if it is, Camden Town. Let's join Wellington. They'll take care of us. Let's make sure that one of us gets to be on the council of law and trade. But this is not wrong. And it ain't Royal Palm Beach. It ain't any place else. It's Loxahatchee Groves. I've been told to stop saying that, but it is Loxahatchee Groves. That's why we are what we are and where we are. So I think we ought to make an effort to help folks out. And if Bill is going to take this on to himself, well then he needs to know, like Grace has informed him, that you might have some ADA issues when the time comes. But they're not my ADA issues. I'm not gonna build your new parking garage. I'm not gonna do this. You're gonna have to do it. And if that's the case, that's the case. But that's rules put upon him by other than us. What I'm talking about, or what we were talking about here, is how do we enable these small businessmen to continue to operate without having to go and build some high-dollar, sterile environment that no one wants to go to, so that we can all go sit in exactly the same kind of place as if we were sitting in Minnesota or California or anything else, because it's not Bill's Gun Shop, it's Shoot Shack. Just like every Shoot Shack throughout the state, or just like every other one of these things that destroys our personalities and our individuality in favor of some gigantic globalization. I'm against that shit, excuse my language, and I think that we should do what we can to stop it.
And I'm not in disagreement with you, Tom. I just want to make sure that we don't walk into.
I just wanted to make the statement.
No, I know.
We'll go from there. As Howard says, it's not a solution, but it's part of the problem. We, as the town council, we as people who make policy, have to decide, are we with Bill and the people, or are we with the folks who are here to make the rules? I understand Grace. She's a rule maker. That's her job.
So are you, though.
Well, I
You are
understand
a
that.
rule
But I am a policy maker. I'm a policy maker here for these folks. I'm as much for him as I am for you.
I understand.
And well, and I want to make it a debate. I'm trying to say that we have to look out for these folks, and if nobody else wants to, if everybody wants to hear from the rule makers, okay, I understand that. I'm going to say we have to find a way to look after the little guy.
And there is.
Not make it so that Shooting Shack or whomever, Tamiami Gun Store, or whoever that puts this man out of business in Walmart, and then they make an executive decision that says, Tom, you can't have a gun no more because something happened in Connecticut.
I think
We need people like him.
we have some good ideas that are brought out tonight. You know, the idea of inviting people, you know, in other words, there's no enforcement of it, so we set up a policy like that. The people that buy guns from Bill can come and buy guns, and that'll get around the AD and stuff like that. You know, we've got the historic thing we're talking about. We've got several ideas that I would like to see brought to us. You know, we throw them around here, and right now we've got a motion, we've got this ordinance set up. If we table it until the next meeting, or whatever meeting, we still have this that we can come up. We can listen to some other suggestions if we want to change it, or whatever, we can do that. Ron, what would you make of that point?
Mr. Klein, can you step up to the podium? But I got something to say before you speak, if you don't mind, please. This is a question to Mr. Klein since it concerns him. What if we kept this policy just like it is now? And he may not be able to work with this, but no more business than what he does. Could he sign an affidavit stating that he would not allow clients and customers on the property? Now, personally, I think that if he was to sell a gun to somebody, he could go to their house, okay? In other words, my concern is getting his license reinstated, okay? And so that's, I'm looking at, instead of tabling this and months down the road, okay, I think his most important thing is that he gets his license reinstated. So if he was to sign an affidavit stating that he would not allow customers or clients on the property to transact business, would that be possible? And would you even agree to that? Mr. Klein?
For the record, let us know, Bill, who you are and your address.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to clear something up with everybody.
Yeah, give us your name and your address,
Yeah.
for the record.
Yeah, for the record.
Yeah, give us your name and your address.
All right, Bill Klein, Heady Road, been there for 44 years. But anyway, my records were open to anybody and everybody. I brought them in here. And nobody's mentioned anything about the letters from the farmers and the ranchers. I'm zoned agriculture. I supply Hatton Brothers and many other ranches. They keep the crows and the blackbirds out of the corn with the supplies that I supply them. If that's not agriculture, I don't know what is. And I work out of my barn, not out of the house. And I have never had more than one person at a time there, and only anywhere from 6 to 10 people a year, over 30 years. horse trailers run up and down the road in 1 week, more than I do all year. And I'm just as agricultural when I'm supplying these farmers.
Billy, let me ask you a question, if I could. Would it harm your business, and I don't know if it would satisfy the federal firearms, if you did it by appointment, where you talked to the people before they came by the house? Because they probably call
That's not
you.
a problem, because people call me, I protect. These gun shows is where the problem is. Any of us can go to a gun show and you can walk around there, and if you want to kill your wife, you're going to go to the gun show and buy a gun because it's not traceable.
Let's not go there, Bill. We're trying to help you out. We're trying to get something that protects the rest of our community.
If you want to order a gun from me, I make you walk the line. You have to fill out this paperwork. I call Tallahassee, and you either pass or you don't. And a lot of times I have to tell people, I'm sorry, you can't have it. I cannot order it for you. And they try to bribe you, they try to get somebody else, well, can he buy it? Can she buy it? No, I'm not going to prison for you. I keep the criminals from getting them.
There you go. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. All right. Can we come back with something for the next meeting that basically let's look at the part we're talking about?
But it is agriculture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Don't let out.
I think we'll come back to the first meeting in May, and what we can do is at least give you an outline of proposed amendment. We may not have it drafted yet, but at least give you an idea so you can look at it and say yea or nay.
I think this idea of appointment only might help us in this issue, because at least we're not opening the doors to the public.
You are though. Mayor, could you just indulge me? I have a solution, and I recognize that I'm not staff, but I have offered my services
But you're on the committee.
for many times. Mr. Klein has a legal non-conforming use. There is nothing in our code that addresses that. The simple solution without touching any of this is to recognize that that's what he has and that that's allowed, whether it's through a policy that you create in the land, in our zoning code that says we recognize that businesses that have been in place since prior to and then the date that our code was created are legal non-conformities. So that, and right now, he can, with zoning in progress, he's in. The folks from the firearms place should not be giving you an issue because ultimately you have changed the code. So any business could come in at any time in an accessory structure and begin to operate, which is dangerous. But to help the folks like this gentleman and others out there who have been doing business in a mom and pop sort of fashion that support our community without bringing in every Tom, Dick, and Harry who now thinks I've struck gold because I can come into Waxahachie Groves and manipulate their code. Recognize him. Recognize his use. He's been licensed through the town. You probably were licensed through the county prior to that. So it's that simple. It is so simple to create this category of legal nonconformity. And if he is agreeable, I mean, this is something, and I'm sure, Jim, you've probably done this a half a dozen times or more. I know I personally have. It's a win-win situation for the town, the community, and for not only Mr. Klein, but for other businesses who are out there. Because we're focusing just on him. But this is, like, you know, Ann said, this is a commercial can of worms that we're opening. We don't want to go there, but we do want to help him. So I didn't want to come across that I'm against what you're doing in any way, shape, or form. But the unintended consequences, we cannot ignore. We can't say by appointment only. As soon as you open up a building to public access, ADA comes into play. And to say, I don't know about it, we will get in trouble for that. We are opening ourselves up. And, you know, that's what you've got these guys here to tell you. It's frustrating sitting out in the audience listening to the debate go on because you are policymakers. You're here to protect the laws that are put into place and to change them and do no harm. So it's simple. To help you, it's simple. You write a little thing that says these uses are legal nonconformities.
Mayor, I can,
Okay.
1 second, Grace, please stay there, because I do agree with Grace totally as it relates to non-conforming uses. One piece of information that she doesn't have, which makes it a little murkier, is that Mr. Klein came into us in 2012 and received the residential, early 2012, and received the residential enterprise, because at that time he indicated to us he wanted to do the guns. So I agree with Grace, but the question that he's going to have, if it's going to be addressed through the historical legacy, wherever else that ends up, he does have to prove that he was in business doing the guns in order to get the nonconformity into that.
But he would have been licensed through the state the entire time.
And the county?
Or the county. I mean, you have been licensed to sell guns and ammunition for how long?
Oh, my God.
See, so
He wasn't doing that.
Over 30 years.
were you doing it at your residence?
Mr. Mayor,
Were you doing it at your residence?
30 road.
we're,
Okay, hold on, Mike.
okay. Yes, okay, this is a fruitful conversation because your code already has a provision to recognize legal non-conforming uses. If it was legal under the county code and it existed as of October 1, 2006, it's a legal non-conforming use. Now, the issue is it has to be demonstrated that it was legal with the county code and existed as of October 1, 2006. If that can be demonstrated, then the provision we already have can be used for this individual, but it's on a case-by-case. Okay?
Now, this is
Right.
the exact point,
Right.
that you went so far down that road and
Right.
there's already something.
But, sorry.
I'll help him, I will help him.
If it cannot be established that it was legal and existing on October 1, it cannot use this. And then you're with this policy issue that we're wrestling with this evening. You had a provision that said, well, you don't have to prove you were legal, you just have to prove you existed as of October 1, 2006. But that had only a 180-day window to apply. I mean, that's what that first part of the issue with what's being called now historical legacy is intended to go back and kind of fix that, because I'm not sure how well advertised that was back when this was adopted. But getting back to what we're doing tonight, you table it, the time that can be spent can be used to verify this individual situation, as it should be for all people who come in and can demonstrate that. If it cannot be demonstrated on that issue, then we would have to come back to you to do a policy, to address it at the policy level.
Then you can address legal non-conforming uses.
And I think that's,
Finish what you're saying.
I was just saying, because we're dealing with two different types of, we're dealing with a short-term issue, an individual issue, that there's sometimes sensitivity on, but you're also dealing at the same time with the big picture, and that's going to be long-term. And so you are in a little bit of a quandary, but if we can have, if there's any way we can sit down with this gentleman and verify legal 2006, that takes care of the short-term, doesn't take care of the long-term, but at least for the one individual, it could, and it would be for anybody who came in with this type of situation.
Okay, Tom, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I think part of the problem is, we all say that this is an easy way to solve it, but every time somebody comes in to talk to them about it, they're told the same thing, $5,000. Somebody else going to get up there and talk about tonight, and there's some other people in the room who've also told me about this, which is when you come to ask for a special exemption, then it's all of a sudden, you have to, another thing kicks in called cost recovery. And when that cost recovery kicks in, that means that you as a person in this town are going to pay every dime of their expenses. And that is why the average person has a problem with this process. Because we make rules, and then we tell you pay $5,000 for us to say your rule isn't a problem. And I don't think that really is appropriate, because it's us that is saying that these things are a problem. As we said before, it's not just Bill. If we want to pretend it's Bill, that's fine. Soon enough, somebody else will get in a code enforcement problem. I hope they know somebody that they can come down here and get such good personal service as Bill got.
They can
Somehow
call
I
me.
got it. I'm just telling you, there's plenty.
I'm being serious.
All right, well, I'm just saying, I don't know if we can sit here and make personal exceptions for everybody when I'm trying to make a policy that covers everybody, even those who don't know me, or Ron, or Jim, or any of the rest of us, the people that just live here. So, whatever, Bill's the one who came, he said he needed this, we were trying to help him out, We're trying to help some other people out at the same time. If we table it, this is worse than kicking the can down the road, because this is just saying we don't know what to do. If the staff had a solution, I would have hoped they would have given it to us in the first place, because we should not be the point of first contact for all this stuff. It should be done by the staff in advance, and then they should be coming to us with solutions versus saying, hey guys, what do you think we ought to do? That's just my points on it. So were it up to me, I say we ought to go with the appointment only thing. Apparently that doesn't work, we're gonna kick it, you know, he won't get his license.
Okay, Howard Ford.
Howard Morty Road, I'm taking this opportunity to address something that I heard the attorney say. Jim Rocket said it a few meetings ago. You had 180 days to come forward. That was a total invention. I don't know how that got in there. That was never, ever discussed at a town meeting. It was never discussed by public comment. If you can prove that you were operating and legal and conforming under the Palm Beach County ULDC prior to incorporation or prior to the date of our ULDC, you're legal and conforming. This business of having 180 days to bring yourself forward, that got shoved in there. I don't know by who, I don't know how, I don't debate that it's not in there now, but it was never anything that we all agreed to. Because, of course, the further you go down the line, the more difficult it might be to prove you were here prior. But it shouldn't matter how long it takes you to come forward. It shouldn't matter that somebody hiding out in the bushes on one of our roads that doesn't come to any meetings and doesn't read the paper should know that they had so many days to come forward and now they're going to get thrown out of town. That was never what we all discussed. That was never what we agreed to. And I don't know how this 180-day thing got in there. It was never supposed to be there to begin with. And now all of a sudden it's there and people think it's supposed to be there and it shouldn't.
Thank you,
I
Howard.
just need to clarify that if you're legal non-conforming, there's no time issue. If you're legal under the county code, you're legal non-conforming. It doesn't matter when it was observed. The 180 days, whether it's not, I know that's not the point of the conversation, was for folks who could not demonstrate they were legal ever. And that gave them an opportunity that if you were in existence, you could come forward and get it. But again, I just want to clarify that for a legal, non-conforming use, there was, and never was a time period.
I.e. junkyards.
Okay. Well,
I would like to, I guess we don't even have a motion. No.
so we don't have a motion on the right, we're still discussing.
No.
We're still discussing. We don't have a motion yet. Got two more public comments. I got John and I got Thais.
John Ryan, 3508A Road. At the risk of repeating myself, to answer Tom, the ULDC is considering simplifying the special exception process for people that have historically been operating these types of businesses out here, if they needed to fall under that as opposed to the previous legal conformity. So we recognize that the process needs to be simplified and be less expensive. But I think that that is ongoing, and I don't think that the current expense for this process ought to be the reason that you adopt the motion without considering tabling it and getting further input. I also feel that we are trying to make decisions that are Waxahachie Groves type decisions. And nobody's trying to force rules and unnecessary expense on people, but we're trying to be reasonable. And I think that, if I remember, it was during one of the workshops on the code where the 180 days came in. And the reason some time limit came in was to try and surface all of the businesses that we knew were out here, but nobody knew who they were, and we did a pretty poor job of informing people. So I think the 180 days has proven to be a problem. And that's one of the items that will be changed as part of what the ULDC review committee is doing now.
Thank you, John. Thais?
comment, Thais Gonzalez, Raymond Drive, 13090. I got a little bit confused with Mr. Goldstein, because what Mrs. Grace Jones is talking about, I understand is a special policy. We're talking about, I don't know.
Grace Joyce.
That's okay. I'm sorry, Joyce. Anyways. Okay, I'm laughing too. Okay, so anyway, she was talking about a special policy that would only help Mr. Khan. You were talking about special exemption and all that process, which is a completely different thing. What she's saying is to create a special policy.
Just to clarify, what I was referring to is the special exemption policy of the town, cause people to spend money.
Right,
Which
but
I
that's
feel
not
is
what
my position on that.
Grace is talking about.
What's that have to do with this?
Well, because what she's talking about, from what I understand, and because I'm trying to understand myself, is she's talking about creating a special policy that would only help men, instead of changing the ordinance and the whole thing that would affect the whole town. That's what I understand.
Not policy, but as Mike pointed out, to keep him under legal non-conforming use, because that was always here. So that's something that could help him, that would not open the door for the
Let's
entire
try to
town.
keep our comments from the party and, from the guys that I talked to.
Well, I was trying to follow what she
Okay.
said, maybe make it more clear, so I hope it's better now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We've heard the discussion. We've heard the public comment.
Mr. Mayor, I think we just need, there's too many unknowns, too many questions. We need to table this and send back to staff to include the ULDC input, include the committee on, that committee as well as our planning and zoning input to give us, either ideas and or weigh in on some ideas and bring that back together with a lot of talented folks that we kind of bypassed. And that we thought was a simple way to do this, and I think we're mistaken. And the idea of getting something done quickly and we could do it that way, it doesn't seem to have worked that way. I had mentioned to Bill that, today that we have this discussion and it could very well be that it doesn't get resolved in terms of passing this, and I tried to explain to him why. Well, I think it's just wise for us to table it. I'd make a motion and we table this ordinance.
Okay, is there a second?
I have a couple comments.
Are you you're not going to second it for comment? Or are you going to, whatever?
All right, I'll second it for comment.
Okay.
My understanding when we started this resolution that we knew it wasn't perfect, we knew it wasn't ideal, but we wanted to help out Mr. Klein. And my understanding was that we were gonna have the ULDC committee look into it and figure out something better and replace this. But the priority was to try to help out Mr. Klein. I'm inclined to approve this resolution with the appointment, knowing that this is going to be changed or possibly removed, because I also understand Tom's point. He's not just looking at Mr. Klein, he's looking at the other businesses, and it is a problem, and we do have to address it. And if we do it at a case-by-case basis, we're going to be looking at this forever. It'll be forever. So I do understand Tom's motivation and what he was trying to do. So I'm more inclined to go with this resolution with the appointment, knowing that this is going to be changed or possibly removed, with the help of the EODC committee and also the PNC board.
Now, right now, with the zoning in progress that we did last time, correct? Bill is able to run his operation.
No, unfortunately, Mayor, that was one thing Mike and I and staff looked into. We wanted to see if there was an issue with the ATF by doing that, and what they indicated to us was they did not want to see zoning progress, they wanted to correct the code.
Okay.
Hey, may I say something, please?
Yes, step up.
The wording, no foot traffic is the problem. Does that pertain to agriculture?
I think we have a hard time.
Pardon?
I think we have a hard time, even though you service the ag, I think you have a hard time from that standpoint as being an ag business, because you also serve others that aren't ag. So, I mean, that's probably the problem. I may be wrong, but, you know, to try to get it as an ag, I think we have a hard time as qualified ag. The county, I don't think would recognize.
Even though you have the letter from the ranchers and the
Right.
farmers.
I don't think the county would recognize it as qualified ag.
Well, the word no foot traffic is what they have a problem with.
No, I know.
That's the only problem.
Yeah. And that's what we're trying to get around.
Yeah.
All right, we'll wait for Tom to reach back. All right, any other council comments? We have a motion and a second to table it. All in favor of tabling it, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And I'm gonna go with the table. All right. So it's, those nay? Nay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so the tabling failed. All right, now we're open to the initial, the motion.
Can I just remind the council as well, it requires more votes to adopt this ordinance?
Well, I'll make a motion to approve this resolution with the amendment to add one.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Discussion, Ron?
Yeah, I don't agree with this resolution. In other words, like I said, the only thing I would agree to is removing H, which is, in other words, no, I don't like the idea of removing all the other stuff. Grace made a comment about changes. I don't agree with changes. I agree with one change, and that's to remove how many clients and customers he's allowed to have. That's the only thing I agree with.
All right.
Your Honor, just for the record, let me remind the council, we're not talking about a resolution, we're talking about an ordinance, so your motion, you may want to, so it's very clear what you're doing, you may want to refer to this ordinance.
Right, okay. Yeah, this is an ordinance. So we have a motion and a second, right?
Further one comment.
Yes.
Actually, it's a question of clarification. We're talking about the way it's written right here tonight. So that's the way it's written. That was motion. The only change being 5.0 be added to that.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I believe, Mike, you clarified for us that if we were to say what Ron was saying, I think to go back to, if we started with the code as it currently is written, not the code we have in front of us, and we were to make a change to what we have already had first reading on, we'd be starting the process over again, and we'd have to go to another, we'd have to start with a new ordinance and then have a second reading at another meeting, or 2 more meetings to get that passed. Is that correct?
Yes, the question is if you were to go back and undo the deletions that you approved on first reading.
Yes.
Yes, the problem that occurred was that it required the ordinance to be clarified on first reading to expressly provide for those deletions. If you go tonight and you are going to want to undo those deletions, then we would need to have another reading. This could not be the second because it would not have been read twice as adopted, because it would not be accurate to leave the title the way it is if you undo the deletions. So you would have to come back to the next meeting for a, if you were to want to try to contemplate a first reading again tonight, we would have to have some time to redo that. But otherwise, you would have to bring it back to the next meeting for another first reading.
But right now, I mean, no matter how this vote goes, if Bill can come in and show that he was legal non-conforming when the town formed, before ULDCs and before that, he's good to go.
He would be if he could demonstrate that.
All right. I would only like to say, if that's the case, why the heck have we gone through It's 2 hours in school.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Nay.
And I'm opposed. I think we need to re-look at this, anyway. Bill, come in and show them that you have been doing this since the town formed, and we're good to go.
Pardon?
All you've got to do is go in and show them that you've been doing what you're doing since before the town formed, and you're good to
I
go.
think I gave y'all a package showing you way back
Yeah, no,
my original licenses, and we all know that the state and the county doesn't do anything illegal.
Right, there you go.
So,
Yeah.
you have copies of the licenses
Okay.
from 30 years back.
Bill, would you make it a point to go back to the office and go over that package with them?
Yes.
Please, thank you.
All right,
Mr. Mayor, can we take a break?
yes. We'll take that. Hopefully it doesn't go much farther. Let's take it
The whole watching top here and do this.
Yeah, there's no big line.
That's the part about.
Mark?
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is a resolution which would, if deemed your approval, adopt administrative policy 313. Actually, I've had several conversations with members of the council, and there were some concerns about how we were handling agenda items and, whole 9 yards as it relates to rules of procedure, et cetera. I couldn't find anything, I did some research, couldn't find anything that we had from the town standpoint. So basically what we have done is we've drafted this policy, and if you want, I'll go over each. There's 11 points to it. I'll go over it quickly if that's okay, and explain what it's trying to do, and then we would seek your approval tonight to approve it. It has 11 points. The first point is that basically all the town meetings would be governed by this policy, including special meetings, regular workshops, etc. The second item talks about the fact that in order to get some decorum, that the mayor or the acting chair would call on council members by council members raising their hands. They would give, the mayor would give that council person who had their hand raised up first the floor, and then the floor would rotate based upon who else wanted to speak. The mayor would only speak after every council member has spoken. There's also no council member should interrupt the other from the quorum standpoint. And no council member should hold the floor for 5 minutes. They could give it up and then come back and make additional comments, but I think we think that would allow the deliberation to move quickly. Also, point 3 talks about the fact that the mayor or acting chair should not unreasonably cut short or prolong any debate discussion before taking a vote. The fourth point is that all matters not addressed in the policy will be governed by Robert's Rules, which is what we use to address the meetings. The fifth point talks about unless you're abstaining from voting in accordance with the Florida statutes, all council members must vote. We are recommending that all votes in the future be roll call votes, and the roll call would rotate the member as the clerk is calling the name, just so we're not always doing it in the same order. The sixth point talks about public comments. And here we're adding another public comment period, and we're suggesting that public comments be added at the beginning of the meeting after the consent agenda. Then public comments would also be allowed at the start of every agenda item. The key there is at the start of the agenda item. Once public comments are complete for that agenda item and council starts their deliberation, there would be no comments mixed in between the council and the public. The public feels they have something to add, they could do it at the end, which we still have public comment. So we're giving 3 public comment periods for people to provide their input to the council. The seventh point just talks about the consent agenda, and basically it's memorializing what we do now. The eighth point relates to the preparation of the agenda and how items get put on the agenda. And what we're asking for here is, as you know, there has been an issue in the past. Sometimes council members have asked for items to come on the agenda without any backup or any reasoning what's going on or brought on that night. We are now indicating that a written request referencing the business item, the purpose of the item, the action, the major points being covered, the reasons for the action will be provided. Now that doesn't mean we're looking, staff's not looking for, I'm not looking for stories, but just real quickly the main points of what the agenda item is going to be. And then from that point, they would be placed on the agenda. The deadline would be the Tuesday before the council meeting at 12 o'clock, so 1 full week before the meeting is heard. Also, if there's an exigent circumstance, something happens, then an item could be added with the approval of the town manager and mayor to review that item and to add it on at the last minute. Once an item has been placed on the agenda by a council member or anybody else, that council member is the one to take it off the agenda once it's scheduled. For presentations of discussion items, it is being recommended that the mayor call on the town manager or the designated spokesman for a brief presentation of the item under consideration. Then, as we talked about in point 6, you would have the public comments up front. And then finally, item 11 gives you the order of the new agenda, and there's really not much of a change. You would have your opening, you would have a consent agenda, public comment, presentations, committee reports, public hearings, ordinances, resolutions, administrative update, old business, new business, closing comments, and adjournment. I was asked that maybe we should have the point indicated about a 3-minute time limit for speaker. That hasn't been written in here, but if that's what you so desire, we can amend it and add that into the policy. With that, I'd be happy to address any questions you may have.
Tom?
I think this is, excellently done. I would add one other thing, which is that when people are at the podium, then it's not a question and answer session, either with the staff or the council. It's comment versus interrogation.
All right, everybody in agreement with those?
I have one question. Mark, when you, under 11, you have old business, new business, closing comments. Closing comments, council comments?
Just
or is that
it's the
also
way we have it now,
comments?
public, if you look at your agenda as it is
Right.
tonight, it's the same way.
Okay, well, it didn't say that, so I want to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Comments? Tom?
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we accept this resolution with the following features.
Okay.
That we add a 3-minute time limit to the public, and that there be no question, but not a question answer period. Unless we want to add a question and answer period completely different and separate, but I don't think that,
Okay.
when people are making their comment, do it in the form of a comment or a rhetorical question, but not
Expecting anything.
putting one of us here on the spot for them.
There's one other thing, looking at 6. To have the public speak before we discuss it or do anything else, I think is going to add some frustration. I think right now, by us bringing it up, having it presented, discussing it here, and then opening it to the public like we do, I think we get a better discussion time, and I think we're going to have people frustrated, because if we do it this way, then I'm not going to recognize any people wanting to speak after we begin to talk about it. And I think we're going to have people frustrated that now they have to wait to the end of the meeting to make a comment on something. And I think, to me, the right time for them to speak is between us making a motion and our discussion and the vote.
Your Honor, quite respectfully, I understand your point of view. I would tell you this, though, in all my years of government, I've never seen that done by any other elected board. What you're doing is you're allowing the public to enter into your council deliberations. Council deliberations is council deliberations. I mean, that's why you get the public either at the beginning or you get them at the end, but you don't mix them in between what you're deliberating.
And the frustration in almost every other government that I hear is that they don't listen to people. And therefore, I think that we are Los Angeles Rose, and we are going to be different, and that's fine with me. I just want to make sure that our people are heard.
Let me further amend the resolution to allow for public comment after council deliberation, or would that be acceptable to everybody?
Prior to the vote.
Prior to the vote. but
That would be a good compromise. That would be
Yeah,
good.
but I, like Mark, have to agree that you don't get 5 shots at the apple.
Right.
You don't get to come up, and because what we get into is a debating society in which one well-known person debates another well-known person, and then says something and brings the other one back. And then they get their cohorts going, and before long, we have an additional council. We could have additional tables to let them all be council.
Okay.
They'll all want 5 bucks and we'll go back.
All right, so Tom's motion is, one more time.
Well, my motion, one more time, is what it says here with the following changes. We were going to add on number 6 to allow prior to the vote, one more set of public comment. Is that correct?
Well,
Or rather than at the beginning, at the end. Okay, let's say that. A 3-minute time limit on the conversation, 1 bite of the apple, and no questions.
Or comments?
We will put all those in and we'll bring it back and put that on the consent
Okay,
review.
we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Ron.
So are you all going to be adopting this evening? We have a resolution title that needs to be read.
Okay. You want to go ahead and read that now?
The resolution of the town council of Waxahachie Grove, Florida, authorizing and adopting administrative policy 3-13, rules of procedure for town council meetings, providing for conflicts that are during an effective date. Thank you.
Okay. Other councilman?
Yeah, I wanted to comment. I'd like to be able to avail ourselves of the brief of committee member that is speaking during public comment, because they're not part of the presentation like we would have finance every meeting or every other meeting. That I would like to recognize that they may have more time than 3 minutes. We need to set another limit that's a little greater, because they're providing input from a committee
I would think
perspective.
the mayor could have some sort of discretion and allow that.
Yeah, and I would think, if you want to do that, the one point I would caution is that maybe though, if a committee member is getting up and they're speaking on behalf of themselves as an individual, that's fine. If they're making representation or that they're speaking on behalf of the committee, then I think they need to get that clarified, because that sometimes pops up. And that's just something that should be clarified when they get to speak, that you don't want to do anything, you'll get 20 seconds.
Yeah, no, my comment was not that they would be speaking as a committee member, but knowing that they're on a committee and they are there for a reason, they bring with them, certain input, if you would, and as a public comment, but we allow, and then if the mayor discretion has that, that's fine. Because I think there may be more specific, pertinent to the subject if it's, right up their alley in terms of committee. We had somebody from the finance committee stand up and start talking about some numbers that they've been reviewing. I would think that we may have to extend the time.
Yeah, we're not going to be holding
Okay.
something. Okay, I've got Nina Corning, and then Howard Boren, and Frank Schauer.
Nina Corning, E-Road, actually, you hit on my public comment. I'm very glad you're understanding the problems and everything. I think it's very important, especially for a place like the ULBCs, to understand that the committee alone is not solving these problems. And as you're deliberating, there is input that's needed. That's how it comes along. Also, that the committee members sometimes have a little bit more information than the 3 minutes. And the number 8, the 1 week ahead, I understand is very important so that everybody has time to review and read. There's one exception that I would think of is that if there's been, for example, the VETGAG meets very late in the month, and maybe there's something from that VETGAG committee that Tom, as the liaison, wants to bring up, Mark certainly is entitled to bring up, that you allow for that, because there may have not been enough time within that 1 week. And then I think I found myself at one point in time in a position with actually a legal review from the attorney, where I had gone and, as a result of the agenda that was sent to me, had gone in and pulled out some more Florida statutes that they then brought in that were unexpected at that point, but it was in reference to what was happening. So without bringing in a book, that there's room left for that. intends that they mention. Yeah, and if, for example, the mayor wants to bring something up and has put something on the agenda, or a chairperson has brought something to the agenda, it wouldn't be Mark who then explains it, it would be the mayor or the chairperson. I'm not so sure that that's understood in it.
Well, I think the key to the whole thing is, we want to make sure that for the public, the items are on the agenda, you know, prior to, so that people can look at it, they know what's going to be on the agenda. And you know, I am not, I'm the mayor, but I'm a council member. So honestly, I am not going to deny anything that any of our council members bring forth. You know, and I think we just have to be careful when somebody brings something in the night of the meeting, we don't have time to read it. So,
I agree with
you know,
that.
so it's gotta, if something like that's gotta be in the packet.
But if that procedure is followed, then I would have the time to do
That's
the
exactly right.
research and be able to then.
That's exactly right.
And I've had that situation myself, where something was brought to me at the actual item, I knew what it was about, I had no prior knowledge or reading ability about it. We didn't go through it item by item, and I found myself trying to do the best. You know, reading it through and listening, and that's an impossible situation. So,
Thank you. Howard?
Howard Warren Road, you covered most of what I wanted to say. I saw it happen time and time again with Michelle Milgram here. You guys would discuss, should we do A or D? And then public comment, and then Michelle Milgram would say, well, what about C? And you'd all say, hey, that's a good idea, and you'd vote on it. And we never got a chance to say a word about it. I would suggest making sure that the public comment situation in relation to questions is written in a way that allows future council members to realize they can ask questions of the person from the public that's commenting, even though the public should not be turning into a question and answer period. The members of the town council do have the right to ask the question, and that should reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Shell?
Frank Shell, Marcel Boulevard. It's been long overdue. I've been sitting back and here, and I haven't been saying really much of anything at these meetings. I've actually been watching this. It's been really frustrating. And that's part of the reason why I haven't been attending as much meetings as I have. Listen to the catcalling from the audience and the debates going back and forth and all is ridiculous. You know, we did have a 3-minute time limit when the council first started back when they were formed. Somewhere along the way, we sort of went ahead and went off the wayside with that. If you look at, like with the district, we have 3 minutes and we have 2 former district board members up there. You know, you have an average of about 20 to 30 people getting up and speaking. 2 minutes over that 3-minute mark, that's 60 minutes. And this is where we're at right now, 10 o'clock at night. We need to have this in place, it needs to be enforced, we need to have the quorum in here. The yelling and screaming or whatever, clapping is great, you know, that shows approval. But when you're going, I listened tonight, there was stuff going between Mr. Goldsnake and Miss Joyce back here. And that's uncalled for. You know, we need to get control of this thing. We'll get out of here, I think, a lot quicker at night, and everybody will still get their say. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. All right, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All in favor? Ready to do a roll call? Signify by saying aye.
This is the last chance to road.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0.
All right, for the rest of the votes tonight, it's roll call.
And as I indicated, Mayor, this starts at the next meeting, but I will bring the revised policy back under consent agenda.
That means on consent agenda and on everything on the roll call. And then you all are going to work on the rotation.
Yes, we'll have a rotation ready.
Okay. All right. Moving to.
Favorite subject.
What's that?
My favorite subject.
Yes. Administrative update.
I'll try to be brief due to the, as we were reminded of the hour. First item.
A related subject.
First item that I wanted to make you aware of and remind you is I did send you an email with all the information relative to the pond siting process that the Department of Transportation is undergoing now with the consultants on Southern Boulevard. Town management staff had a meeting with some of the engineers on Thursday. The key points that I want to remind the council about is the next meeting is April 4th. We're going to be going down to Fort Lauderdale on Thursday. What they're doing is they're going to be talking about pond siting, and if you look at the information I sent you previously, there is a matrix which they're going to be using to determine the ponds and location, etc. The one thing that I wanted to bring to your attention tonight, though, that we talked about is several of the ponds they have designated as potential joint use sites, meaning that they want town, and what it would be is they build it, they even give us some of the land, but they want us to do the maintenance. And I kind of indicated to them that we really need to have the information and know the parameters before I can make a recommendation to you as to what this may in turn cost the town in providing this maintenance. They're very cooperative. They did indicate they're going to try to get this information. I'm hoping to have it tonight to be able to share with you, and maybe I'll have it by Thursday. But I would encourage any council member who is interested, if you can get down there, you can also, and I provided you the information, you can also participate by teleconference. We did that in the first one because we were on a council day. But we're going to try to go down there for this one because there's a lot of graphics and things that we don't get to see on the teleconference. I will keep updating you as to what's happening with this. There are some opportunities for us, but it's going to be the devil's in the details on this one. It's going to be how much it's going to impact the town if we have to take the maintenance over. And you're talking about two kinds of ponds, a dry and a wet. And the maintenance is different depending upon which kind of pond. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to address them. Otherwise, I'll keep moving.
Okay. Any questions? All right.
Next thing is recently we received a letter from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. As you know, the last couple of years they've held down the cost of providing services to us. The current contract is $274,785, but Major Smith has indicated to me he's going to be setting up a meeting with us, but he indicated that they need to do a 2% increase to the contract. So if my math is correct, that means for the next fiscal year and budget year, we're going to be probably looking at about almost a $5,500 increase, or roughly around $280,000 for the sheriff's contract. Just want to let you know now we're going to be entering into those discussions if that's what they're going to propose. Pleased to tell you that yesterday we transmitted the comprehensive annual financial report to CACR to the GFOA, meeting the deadline requirements. So we'll see how we fare. We think we did a good job with it, and hopefully there'll be no problems like last year. I also want to let you know on March 22nd, we received 10 responses to the request for qualifications related to engineering services. Now, as you know, that's handled through CCNA, the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act. What we have delineated as the dates, I hope to have some recommendations back to you at the first meeting in May. What I have to do is convene a committee, and we review the proposals and listen to presentations. Obviously, you'll have at the main meeting, you'll have the ability to say, yes, we like who you pick, or you may want to see some shortlisted consultants make a presentation to you. But just kind of letting you know that's the process, and that's how that will move forward. My last item is also on March 22nd. We had an IGC meeting. We reconstituted that meeting after Mr. Yohe came aboard. At that meeting, Mr. Yohe, myself, Mayor Browning, representing the town council, and Supervisor John Ryan, representing the district. For the most part, I'm trying to be quick here, the meeting touched on an update of the roads, and specifically the meeting we had on March 1st, which Attorney Sorrell also provided you with a review of a memo to that effect, which kind of gives you an update on that as well. The next meeting is set for April 26th, which is a Friday, and at that meeting, the committee decided instead of starting at 2, we're going to start at 3. So those are major changes for your information. With that, concludes my report.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Thank you very much. Moving to the next item. We're not early. 9A.
This is not what we've been talking about all day?
Yeah, earlier. 9A. Mark, you going to take this?
Well, to start off, Your Honor, as you know, we've had several discussions on this item. Back in February, you've given us some direction, and as we indicated last meeting, we had gone to the point where I had briefed the Planning and Zoning Board of the fact that an amendment will be coming forward. The town attorney and the town management staff got together and talked about possibly going forward with an approach as to how we could amend the ordinance. However, at your last meeting, you had a lot of feedback from folks about abuses and what was going on with the new ordinance. And we all agreed that probably would be in the best interest if we discussed it one more time. I would tell you from a staff standpoint, we're certainly willing and able to make any adjustments. I think if we have just some general direction where you want us to go, I think the town attorney and the staff will go ahead and put together something for you, but we just need to revisit some of the issues that previously you asked us to do.
I've spoken about this particular, what he tells me is that the location that was being complained about at the last meeting that they pulled the permit on that location. So, that being done, I think what was envisioned, at least by me, what I suggested that we give the discretion to the management is that they did exactly what they're supposed to do, and things did work the way they're supposed to work in this situation. That being said, I don't really know that we need to adjust our ordinance so much as for Mark to, to tweak his enforcement thereof. And then, I'm sorry you got to see Dr. Louder here tonight, but, we know there's stuff going on in Wellington too. One thing I read in the paper, and this is the paper, I wasn't there myself, but it said that Hickey-Gore will have to go to state-approved sites. Now, it's been brought up as a state-approved site. Does that mean approved by the Department of Agriculture to put on a farm, or does it mean it needs to go to a landfill? I don't know what that means yet, but if it has to go to a state-approved site and we aren't on there, I guess we're done with the conversation, because then there's no really existing enforcement here outside of the village of Wellington that could really, I think, present us with enough volume to continue the problem. And I don't think it's going to come south past Atlas Soil and other places that pay for it to come here just to be done. So I think that we're dealing with two issues. One is the dynamic of what's going, the moving target of what's Wellington going to do. And then if Mark solved the problem that everyone's complaining about, and yet the other people who no one's complaining about continue to operate, I think he's done a good job, and that's what he's supposed to do, rather than always bringing something to the council to micromanage. I don't think we should micromanage. I think we should definitely be involved, we need to be involved. But I think as with Bill Klein's situation, once they figured out the problem after going around with it for 3 months, maybe they are trying to figure out the solution. Right. So then always bring it to us to work with these same people and figure it out to solve. And that's what we pay them.
Anybody else on the issue?
Well, I had part of our opportunity to go over the agenda with our town manager, which I encourage all the council members to take advantage of that, even if they call and talk to them on the phone, if they can't meet with them. During that subject, we talked a little bit about a couple of items. One was what happened in Wellington, and in support of what Tom's saying, we need to better understand what they've done specifically to how it would affect us or how it applies to us. Because what you read in the paper and not necessarily what they did is clear for how it applies to us. So I guess, Mark, and when I at the area town, the town committee, when I first raised the manure issue at that committee meeting, I was criticized for bringing it up because nobody else in the area had a problem with manure, and specifically Wellington didn't want to be, they did want the discussion, I guess. So now that we've moved very far forward on that problem, I would suggest that Mark get very clear, basically say, here's what our ordinance is, here's what you just did, can we make sure that we understand exactly how it applies? The second piece of that conversation on this subject, on this agenda item, was that how did we feel we were handling local manure that was born in Loxahatchee Groves, created here, and dispensed here. As far as Marcus felt, as I recall, and you can correct me, Mark, if I'm wrong, is that there is no application to that which is originates here, which is, I think, when we go way, way back to the beginning of this whole process, we said it doesn't apply to those that were in Loxahatchee that are going to move it around. so to speak. Because I had question come up. If I go to my neighbor and I use my pickup truck and I bring it to my yard and dump it, do I have to get some kind of approval or register with the town? And the answer is no, from what I understand. So, but then I have another question, kind of, it's a new thing, I guess. If I go and take my pickup truck and I go outside the town to a friend's house that happens to have horses, and I bring it into my yard and I dump it around my bushes, which is what I would do, do I have to go to the town manager and get approval? And I think technically, or get some kind of a registration, or, you know, technically I may have to, but I think in a practical manner, we might say that if you're not bringing it in a dump truck, then anything less than that is considered exception to the rule. And I don't know if we have to say anything about that. So if you consider that other little thing, which I think is a technicality, I don't think we intend that any of us or anybody in this community can't go to someplace where they just get some manure in their dump truck, or in my case, I'll use 25-gallon containers because they're easy to move around, and bring it in from outside, that we ought to have a load limit or something, say it doesn't apply. I don't think we want to apply, but it technically, you become a hauler.
I think this was to deal with commercial law.
So I don't
People who get paid,
commercial law.
I think people who get paid to haul it. If you get paid to haul it off, you would.
No, my wife doesn't pay me.
Okay, anybody else on this? The only other thing that I would still like to, sorry, go ahead, Ron. Yeah, go.
Landowners had their meeting Thursday, and I believe Lieutenant Combs made some comments about if we really want to, if we want PBSO to help us in solving this problem, especially if Wellington is not going to allow them or require them to take it to a state location, approved location, then we have to somehow classify it as a misdemeanor according to our code or whatever. And that way, if they come into Loxahatchee in the dump trucks, the horsemen there, that PBSO can stop them, they can cite them, and that fine would come back to the town and PBSO at the same time. So that's something that we need to take care of. We need to make it so that PBSO can act on this situation. Now, Wellington has come up with a good game plan, all right? But I find it hard to believe that, and you people that live close to B Road, you see it every day. 10, 20, 30, 40 trucks all day long. Okay, we need to stop this. And polo season basically works between November and March. Okay, we need to make a stand right now. We need to say that there'll be no more deliveries in Loxahatchee Groves from Wellington between those months. Now, hey, if the farmers can't live with that, farmers, and I support farmers 100%, okay? If they can't live with that for those few months, that before they started hauling horse shavings and horse manure in Loxahatchee, farmers never used it, and they did fine with their crops. So, you know, I think they can survive, and that's where our major problem is. When the polo season is in, they beat us to death, and our roads, even if we put Ojum on B Road, that road is going to take a beating because they're hauling so much, and they're hauling them in tandem axle dump trucks. So we need to make a stand right now while we're waiting to see if Wellington's plan works or not. And two things we need to do. We need to make it work so PBSO can help us out in this situation, classify it as a misdemeanor if they're hauling without a permit or whatever. And the other thing is we need to make a stand and say between certain months, and the season is basically, well, I say the season is basically over with now, but you people that live on B Road, you know that it's coming from somewhere. And so that's where the way I look at it.
And my thought is the timing. In other words, at certain months of the year. Right after the meeting, our last meeting here, I went home and what was it, 10:30, and there was a truck pulling out of my neighbor's place that had just dropped off a load. So, you know, I think there's certain months that we just need to say, during those periods of time, I think people are just trying to make a lot of money out of it, so they're allowed to do it. So.
I think Ron hit on it So if you're not supposed to, the whole thing is when people are scofflaws, and they know there's no enforcement, they just do what they want, and it makes us really look foolish to even be doing all this without there being some real enforcement to it. That's what's.
And I agree. The problem with enforcing it is we've got a policy where we issue permits and we allow people. And I'm always afraid of the guy that tells the deputy, well, yeah, I was out here earlier, but my truck broke down or whatever. And I couldn't get it out.
Whenever I had a problem with the sheriff over, not the sheriff, but the fire department over here about the burning, they wanted to see the permit, and they wanted us to go get the permit and bring it back, or else they're gonna shut us down. And that's if the guy who's ready to do it wants to be the stickler for, lets me see your permit. Well, if the permit's supposed to be on the truck and it's not there, that's pretty easy.
Okay.
Just on the enforcement issue, the ordinance does provide that a violation of the ordinance presents a public nuisance for purposes of enforcing Chapter 403, 413, which is the nuisance statute. And law enforcement officers charged with enforcement of state and local laws within the town shall strictly enforce that statute. But that being said, if there's an issue with enforcement that they can bring to our attention, we can look at that language to see if there's something we need to add.
Okay.
But we attempted to address that in here by making a finding that this would bootstrap to the statute. If that's an issue, we can look at that language if that's your direction.
And that would be classified as a misdemeanor, because that's where they're problem lies. In other words, it has to be classified as a
I
misdemeanor.
believe so, but I don't have the statute in front of me. I mean, I can look at that.
One thing, Mayor, one thing I just wanted to let council know, we actually have the ordinance from Wellington, that we were looking at, and I think there's one more change they still have to add to it, so we don't have the final version. But their ordinance is quite different from the way we approach things, and actually being a bigger entity. They actually have containers that people have to have, which a good portion of the code is devoted to that, act on pads. Actually, there's a lot of requirements to that. They talk about that issue about state-approved sites, but they don't say what state agency, and we've never been contacted by anybody. So we would have to look at a few of the things. I just wanted to kind of let you know, even though you're talking about the same subject in the north, it's apples and oranges relative to the approaches and the ordinances.
Well, we understand. Their issue deals with any kind of runoff. So they want them totally contained. They want them in containers. It used to be you had to put them on a concrete slab with walls that did not allow the runoff into their water. They were more careful about their water than our water. So the haulers just had to take it out of those enclosures and get it out of town. And they were just bringing it here and dumping it. And so the volume during those months, I think we're getting in danger of contaminating our water, and then we're in trouble. So, we just have to reduce that amount. All right.
Mr. Mayor, one other thing. I think we had one resident or one farmer that did come to us and say that they relied on every month, and that's where we got into the number of truckloads and the additional fees and things, and we, I think, waived that. So I guess we still have to have some allowance somehow where it affects, let's say, farming and his ability to farm.
That's why I like not to interrupt you, but that's why I like his discretion, because if we try to anticipate every single possibility, we don't know.
Well, speaking really to staff, because you're taking input from the council, and all I'm raising is that there's probably a case that we have to have the ability to make an exception, and some criteria that you might create that says an exception can be granted for this period of time that we don't allow any coming in. And of course, your permits would specify that they're only good for if people actually purchase them. So we have to have, at least you build into whatever you come back with in terms of any changes, the condition that says that we may have an exception that needs to be granted for that window. I think of what we just said, we're trying to create a window of no opportunity, if you will. But during that window, we may in fact be creating a hardship. We've already heard that there's at least one client, one person that came to us, and we, I think, granted the exception.
Yeah, the discussion that you're referring to related to February 5th, I think, was actually where you had asked me to take the discretion to, and I think you were talking about Don Ramon in this particular case.
Yes.
He was the farmer that came in, and basically indicated that, people who were bona fide ag, met all those requirements, and I could use discretion to give them the permit, which we did. We had two problems, and obviously, one property owner wasn't performing well, and the other so far is, as far as we know. We're not aware of any issues. We do have some enforcement available, like revoking the permit and that kind of thing. I think probably there's some additional information we're going to have to write in, in a discussion with one of you, the comment was, well, maybe, you need to have an affidavit, so they indicate for certain that they are not going to be just hauling for the purposes of creating a profit for themselves, and not necessarily as it relates to the fertilizing components of the property in question. So, obviously we'll look at all those things that you tell us tonight, and we'll be able to tweak the ordinance and take care of it.
Yeah, I'm just bringing that up. I absolutely agree with this moratorium, and the mayor's been on this subject for a long time. I don't want to say 2 years, but it might have been that long since we started this ordinance, and he'd like to just close the door for those. And we never really kind of got there. We've tried everything else, I think, and now it's time to try this because everything else has worked, but it really hasn't stopped it. And 10:30 at night is common, unfortunately, and if you sit at D Road and if you happen to sit and visit.
6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, there's trucks going up and down the road all day long, and you just look at them, you know where they're going. So
Yeah, follow one into the coming back one. Right.
We talked about manure for years. For years. I think our problem isn't about the policy, it's more about the enforcement, like Tom and Ron said. We're gonna have to talk to the sheriffs and tell them, you gotta be here before 6 and after 7, pull over the truck, side them, give them tickets. If it encourages them to tell the sheriffs that they can take percentage. And let's see how many tickets they'll write then. And because I think if we make a moratorium, we're gonna have people complaining, I need manure. And if we just, it's the enforcement. That's plain and simple to me, because if I need manure, I'm not going to pay $10,000 to get 30, 40 loads. And if I'm using it properly, there isn't a problem. It's about the people who are using it. Let's not hurt the people who are using it properly. Let's get the people who are using it.
Okay. I've got Henry and Robin Noyce.
We'll wait till public comments.
Oh, public comments? Okay. John Ryan.
John Ryan, 3508 A Road. I had 3 items, and you covered some of them, but one of them I'd like to speak to. My 3 items were the Wellington ordinance, Lieutenant Combs' comments at the LGLA meeting, and the prohibition during November through April. Lieutenant Combs was very specific. He said the town code relies on the town code enforcement with regard to the manure ordinance. In section 6, it says the town administration is authorized to use the town's code enforcement process to enforce violations of this ordinance, where a law enforcement officer has not otherwise issued violations in section 403, which is a nuisance. But Lieutenant Combs was real specific. He said right now he doesn't have deputies that can pull someone over without very specific reason. There's a question as to whether he could even detain them while somebody called a code enforcement officer to issue a notice of violation. He said basically our ordinance as it stands now is an enforcement nightmare. And the simple solution is to make it a misdemeanor. And that way, if it's clear that someone doesn't have the right paperwork or he's not authorized to deliver at this time, and he's not working within the established hours, PBSO can pull him over and can issue like a traffic citation with a fine. But the process now just is not enforceable.
Thank you. Nina?
Nina, 48 Road. Couple things in reference to the misdemeanor. Is it possible to just have this enforced with the misdemeanor, not make others? Is it a singular just for this more midnight type of delivery? Is that what we're we're talking about?
That's
Or
what
are we
we're talking
affecting other things as well?
No, we're just talking about the manure program.
Just for clarification.
All violations of the ULDC will be covered.
Well, that's what it sounded like the other night, that's why I just made sure to clarify that. It didn't sound like that too. It's okay, I didn't do that. Just for clarification, polo people are probably used to the orders, they have the orders outside most of the time. The horse show with massive amount of horses in stables, much more an issue. The horse show starts a little later. Also, the beginning of the seasons, you're still producing the piles. The amount, the length of prohibition, if you're even going to do prohibition, and I agree, your problem is really enforcement. Your problem is people abusing something that should be there, it's there for a good reason, and making it all go away for 5 to 6 months is being unfair to other people who are needing it. So if you're going to create a prohibition, make it shorter. If not, do away with it and just have it enforceable. Midnight, even nighttime, anything after dark sounds fishy to begin with. And I've mentioned this many times before, but putting a ratio in. Some of the problems we've had previously were smaller properties, and larger properties just need more than smaller properties. And I still don't see a ratio there. The same allowance is there for the quarter-acre property as it would be for a 2 or 20-acre property. So I still haven't seen any change there. And again, as Jim pointed out, some farmers rely on it. We've grown incredible vegetables on this. I should have brought the zucchinis in today, but they're humongous and they're grown on nothing but that. And this horse manure does not have E. coli and all of these other issues that you would have with some of the other fertilizers.
Thank you. Virginia?
Virginia Standish, 15410 North Road. I too have been on both sides of this issue, and I still support ag, and I support the use of manure properly as long as it's within, away from water and wells as it needs to be. One thing I've noticed, and you all are aware, I did call the sheriff and code enforcement, took care of it. They had the documentation they needed. They did take care of it. And Lieutenant Coombs also said to me when I spoke to him earlier last year, as Mr. Ryan referenced, that it was really unenforceable. There's nothing they could do. They were able to cite the individuals after hours. There was a incident report that was turned over to code enforcement, but your suggestion of having paperwork so that the sheriff's officers can inspect who's got the right paperwork. But it would be helpful if on our website, if their people are permitted, because it encourages business to them, you charge a hefty permit fee. Put on the website, who are the authorized haulers? It would help the people in the community know who's okay to use. But the other thing I've noticed, I've heard Mr. Jarrow speak about being near a banana farm, that the bananas grow beautifully and he sees the manure used. And I had the experience of seeing a banana farm that was abusing us. And I would encourage in the code enforcement process, perhaps an inspection, to make sure the plants are thriving. That it's not just a bunch of, banana trees seem to be the convenient plant for the manure. At least do an inspection where you see that the crops are thriving, that they're not dead or not propagating and growing healthy. And the other thing is to document the need. Just have them turn in information and document the need of what's really needed. Because I think you were given some quite excessive needs for banana trees. I did some research myself when I heard those loads, the calculations, and I think someone was kind of going on the high side. So feel free to review ag information as you're all competent to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. Frank?
Mr. Mayor, real quick.
Yes.
I think we should keep in mind, and I know that everybody keeps thinking that we have truckloads full of 20 yards of manure, but if you were ever to look at some of that, it's mostly pine. And I'm not saying that there's not manure in there. I'm not saying there's not urea in there. But the majority of it is wood chips. It's not as if we were getting a 20-yard load of dairy manure, which would be pure manure, and totally different category. And if you actually look at the nitrogen, and I'm certainly not a chemist, but I have reviewed some organic farming books in my life. And one of the things they do state is that horse manure is not one of the highest nitrogen or phosphate producers. And it has a much lower percentage of nitrogen and phosphate per pound of dry manure than you would normally have in some other things, especially dairy. So you have to keep in mind that it's not pure sludge pouring out of these trucks.
Right. Okay, Craig.
Frank Bell, Marcel Boulevard. This is an enforcement plan. Just across from Virginia's house, I was over there dealing with a manure issue where there was load after load coming in, and it was getting thicker and thicker, and we finally had to say that was too much. It's bona fide ag, and they have all their permits, and they have their business plan and everything, but when you go over there, and I don't live near there, but when I went over there, I was covered in black from the flies. They were in my ears, my nose, my mouth. Every time I opened my mouth, they were flying in there. And I can just imagine what the people around there are going through. You know, I mean, you can deal with the smell and all that. Sometimes the flies are just incredible. Eventually, what's going to happen out here, and we all know it's coming, that we're going to end up having to do more about water quality. It's eventually coming. We all know this. And manure is going to be banned. You're not going to be able to bring it in anymore. It's going to be like anything else. It's going to eventually be considered hazardous waste. It has to be documented just like anything else, and it's going to have to go to an approved site. I've been looking around the last couple of weeks in our canals, and it seems in the winter time, because our winters, we don't have the brutal winters like we do up north, that in areas where there's horse manure at, that there's more lily pads and things like that in the canals. If you look at places that don't have horse manure right now, you'll see that there probably isn't a lot of lily pads and growth in the canals. And some other places that there's problems about here is wherever we have a farm operation, they pump water in, the water comes back out through drainage, and then we have the algae blooms and all that in the canal. So eventually it's going to come and it's going to be at the point to where the council and the district together, ban manure from coming in altogether, and that there might be something that is put in place there that you would take a cubic yardage of a pickup truck. And that's what you would allow to come in, through some sort of permitting process. But right now, to get the sheriff's office to come out and on-duty deputy to come out and just patrol for these trucks to make sure they're permitted, it's, according to Lieutenant Holmes, he's got 3 deputies to cover our area and the acreage and Foxborough Deer Run. Well, there's always something more serious going on than horsemen. That's at the 0 priority. If the town council wants to go in and put some teeth into this, then it would be, you would classify it as a hazardous waste and make it it's a legal dumping instead of just a misdemeanor, it would be a felony. There would be more teeth in it, but then again, you would end up having the sheriff's office come in, and that's something where you may have to pay extra for a sheriff's deputy, not all the time. It's like the highway patrol does, Sometimes there's a car sitting up on the other side of the overpass, and sometimes there's not. And that's what we may end up having to do to get the point across. A few haulers that aren't licensed, and there's a lot of them coming in here, that, they start getting a ticket, they're going to go back right away and say, oh, we got this ticket, well, now we have to go pay this fine in front of the judge. It's going to make us less desirable to come in here. And for those people that actually do get that are bona fide agricultural, there can be some conditions put in there, but it's not going to be code enforcement's issue. It's not going to be my issue. It's strictly from a law enforcement standpoint. Now, I can tell you that I've went over there before, and I've caught 3 different trucking companies that have no permits and have told me we're not going to get the permits. Try to stop us. I had people throw things at me. You know what? If I had a star and a green shirt on and all that, I guarantee you that wouldn't happen. So, that's where we're at right now. Code enforcement is not going to stop this. I'm not going to stop this. The only ones that are going to stop it is law enforcement. We have to give them the teeth in the ordinance to make it work.
Thank you. Howard Ward.
I see a possible issue with enforcement. It's called probable cause. I see an issue with a Palm Beach County Sheriff's deputy stopping a pickup truck just because it looks like it might be carrying manure. You can't do that. Okay, therefore, I think a way to get around it is for the town to go ahead and issue licenses that are big enough where they're magnetic and they can be put on the side of the truck on their door. Therefore, there's probable cause to stop a dump truck that doesn't have one of those licenses displayed issued by the town. You see them all the time. People use these magnetic things to put on their doors of their pickup trucks. But you're asking for a lot for a deputy to stop the truck just because he thinks there might be manure in there. And then the guys would say, well, I'm just cutting through by the nudist camp to go out to the acreage. So you need to have some type of permit that's visible from the road by law enforcement. Otherwise, you're going to get into a probable cause issue.
Thank you. All right. Any other discussion on that? Moving on to 9B.
Oh, yeah, right.
The only discussion is what would you like us to
Summarize it or?
Yeah. Take an airplane.
Let's run.
I think basically we pretty much agreed that we need to be able to enforce it better. So I think talk with Lieutenant Combs and see what we can do to make it more enforceable with the sheriffs.
do you want any
I
amendments?
think we wanted to have a moratorium also imposed.
I still would, you know, to me, when, and I agree with Dina, it's not the polo, it's that equestrian, winter equestrian horse show, and it generates tremendous amounts. And there's more money to be made at that period of time. So the farmer that needs it, maybe he doesn't need it until April or May, but it's advantageous for him to take it all at the same time. And I think we're getting so much volume in the volume. That's my concern. If guys are using it modified, I've never wanted to stop them. But then if we're allowing some in and not others, all of a sudden everybody is going to have, oh, I need it really bad right now. And so then it just comes down to enforcement. So, you know, I'm getting tired of every time I come down, they're going down B Road, and you know, I know they're mostly shavings, and they're mostly that, but when the time comes and it starts going into water, the issue will not be we're going to have to deal with that. The issue will be you will not be allowed to drain into the Palm Beach Canal because you have too much nutrient in there, and all of a sudden then we will have to contain all of our rainwater in Loxahatchee Groves because somebody's got too much on his property and some environmentalist comes in and measures it and says, you're way over the limit and you're in trouble and now you've got a hold on it. So then when we get 11-inch rain, we're all underwater.
It was one of the things that was mentioned during the conversations relative to the ponds alongside the boulevard, that the C-51 is a water of critical concern, and that was one reason why all of our drainage water had to first go through our system before we could get it off. And why they wanted to put their road water through our system before.
Sure.
Mike, in there, let me try to summarize. And if you hear anything you don't like, then you can stop me. Okay, so far we have more enforcement with a look at trying to have PBSO be the main enforcement entity on this. We are going to look at moratorium. It won't be a moratorium, but it'll be a prohibition maybe of dumping for hours. I guess would be the best way to determine that. And we'll come up with that. We are going to use our base document where we can, but there are a couple of things I would recommend. Number one, I know Mike and staff and I talked about we don't have any definitions in our code, so it might be good to just put some minimal definitions in so we can make sure that the ordinance is clearer. The other thing that I would say is we need a provision which allows me the discretion, but it'll be discretion based upon some criteria that we'll try to enumerate as it relates to like the Don Ramones and the farmers. One thing I did notice in looking at Wellington's very quickly, they do make use of best management practices. We have best management practices information, so we can certainly see where if that's applicable, we can maybe try to put some of that in. So far, okay?
Okay.
All right, and those are the big ones I have.
And I think Howard too. I think Howard had a good idea. Maybe we issue with the permit a sticker that goes on the back bumper of the truck or someplace where a deputy following
We have a sticker now, if he's talking about the larger magnetic, that's gonna be more money, but if that's the case, we'll just pass that on to the hauler.
Sure.
Well, I mean, let them pay for it.
Yeah.
Part of that will be,
Yeah.
just like every trucker that's got to have some kind of identification to go into each state. And it's readily identified, and make it pink so they'll.
I mean, you know, to reinforce that, if Lieutenant Combs said, put it here, it's easier for our officers to see. It's large and it's, you know, particular place, and I would get his input. But certainly, if he needs to tell us how to make this a misdemeanor, just give us the language. I think Mike talked about that.
There's no question, I think Lieutenant Combs and Mike and I will probably need to sit down, because, you know, I meet with him on a monthly basis, and I know he is challenged, he's always concerned, because he believes he doesn't have enough deputies to cover the area, kind of like what Frank was talking about. And so we gotta make sure that whenever we put in, even though we're gonna try to have PBSO enforcement, that in fact they can. Because you all experienced it, you know how fast, if somebody, if we're waiting for a while, that hauler can escape before, you know, the sheriff will even get to him. That's been an issue, and we've kind of used Frank to get out there quickly and do those things, but again, he doesn't have law enforcement ability, so.
Rob?
One thing about PBS, first of all, they work shorthanded as it is, but we as a town, we can afford to pick certain days, certain times to pay for a PBSO, because once you start citing them, trust me, they're going to change their game plan. It's not going to be worth their while to come in the Loxahatchee. The thing with magnetic signs, there's nothing wrong with magnetic signs, but people have a tendency to pull it off one truck and stick it on another, and that's just a fun and game. So if you're only looking for magnetic signs, that's an easy way for them to get away with it. A sticker that has to be stuck on the truck, no matter what size we decide, they can't pull it off. It's like your tag. You pull your sticker off, they're going to stop your questioning about it. The other thing with the Ramones, legit farmers trying to make a living, but they've got a canal. A road canal runs just right beside their property. Okay, if we're really worried about how much is getting dumped there and how it's affecting our canals, then we as a town, we pay to have that water sampled periodically, and as long as that water is free and clear, then we don't have a problem there. The other banana farm, we stopped him, and he hasn't even complained. Well, the reason he hasn't complained is because he wasn't legit. He was using it for an excuse, and we stopped him. And as far as I know, we haven't had any complaints from him because he knew he was guilty of whatever. So PBSO has to work with you. We have to use PBSO even if we have to pay.
And let me reaffirm that, 'cause I think I just heard something. So are you're giving us the direction to actually, if we have to, spend more money with PBSO in order to do enforcement, even if it's going to be special detail or something along those lines? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, that's my suggestion. I don't know if the rest of the council agree with me or not.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at.
I think you start with what Lieutenant Combs has asked. Start with that and see what he thinks of that before we go further. But certainly, if we need to, and he doesn't have coverage, and he said, well, you know, I really can't, and all hours, and whatever it might be, but have that conversation. I think you're here in the position, more enforcement, but how do you give them the ability to be enforcing it and have PBSO do that? We've been talking about that for a long time, as long as we've been talking about the ordinance. How do we get them to enforce it? We used to try to stop, you know, Mike stopped the truck, Frank stopped the truck, we'd call PBSO, and then they come out, and by that time the truck's gone. You know, so I won't be doing that. I don't think we want anybody else to be doing that. We just get how we make PBSO work. And all the rest of this conversation is going around. I think it's universal, and that's where we want to go.
One of the things, real quick, too, testing the water in the canal. There are a lot of variables. In other words, if we're going to test it, we need to test it right after a rain. Because to go out there in the dry season, they're not running anything off.
Yeah, it's not running off right now.
You know, so we need to get out there and find out after a rain how it's affecting our canals.
And the other thing is, when the nutrient load issues do become important, one way that it's being dealt with in the Glades is to require the farmers to pay an additional tax. Also to clean up on their own land and provide their own water recharge facilities. And if you have several 100 acres or a 100-acre banana farm, you might have the property where you can put in the marsh to control your own thing. So as those things become important, there's nothing that's saying, and when those nutrient loads are there, you as the town of Waxahachie Groves and your taxpayers are gonna pick up all of the cost for this, because agriculture is a business, not charity.
Right.
So if they're in business, that might become one of the costs of doing business, is dealing with your own runoff. I know that if you're not in a place like Waxahachie Groves that's got its own drainage permit, if you're, say, in Okeechobee County and you wanted to open a nursery or you wanted to open some other agricultural operation, you have to maintain all of your own stormwater on site for the first 24 hours of any action. We don't require anything like that here, but that happens to agriculture by the South Florida Water Management elsewhere. So I don't think we should think that there's just going to be we're going to have to pay their bill.
Right.
Because there is precedence in Florida law relative to polluter pays, relative to for these kinds of situations, rather than all of us are responsible for.
Sure.
So we need to keep that in mind down the road.
Yes.
And as well as those who give a lot of manure. So
It is
we
something.
may have a future liability with that.
It is something our town could not afford to do. I mean, we could not approve officer to do that. All right. Okay.
Dr. Louder is kind of like an expert on this. Okay, I heard what the mayor said about runoff. Okay, the deal with these big farms, 60, 100 acres, whatever, most of them have embankments and ditches, and there never is runoff from the farm directly into the canal. The only thing would be coming through where they pump water in or they allow water to go out. That's why I say we need an initial test, and then periodically, and we need a test to begin with to show us that there's no problems right now, okay? If there's a problem right now, then I personally think the manure needs to stop, and then we check it periodically and the problem disappears. That tells me that was our problem, okay? And then when the rains come, when the rainy season gets here, then we check it again, even though the runoff is not going to come directly in the canal. But we check it in two periods. We check it when it's dry, we check it when it's wet to see if there's a difference. I don't think we're going to find a problem, but Dr. Lila can work with staff, and he can direct us on how we could get it done, possibly how much it would cost.
Ron's right on several points. One is we don't have what's known as the baseline, which is what he's saying. We don't have. But the other thing is when you check during a rain event, what you'll find is everything will be skewed because you'll have such a greater volume of water. And what we have is, as I've said before, the solution to pollution is dilution. It gets diluted and it all gets washed out, and that's why our numbers don't quite work out. You know, if you try to do it during the rain, there's a whole lot more water in that.
That's true.
Not quite as concentrated as it was before. But all that is on that.
All right, yeah, so you're good to go on that. All right, moving to 9B.
Very simply, all I'd like to do is I'd like to request that we have a special meeting on April 16th to discuss issues relative primarily to the town road system.
That will be the
That will be the issue, like what to do with the town roads regarding something we talked about in the past, which was getting them regularized in some way. Gas tax issues, Compton Road issue, I'm sure we all got know, wanted to do a schedule when we went over. You know, well, there's questions I have that I'd like to get the answers to before I begin to answer that, you know, my own mind, much less to the gentleman. So I just think we need to discuss it, not so much tonight, certainly not tonight. That's why I think that.
So it'll be the second meeting in April will be dedicated to the roads.
All right, we'll advertise a special meeting, then we can take action immediately.
Okay, okay. That's fine. I won't be there that night, but that's fine. You guys will be great. Will be great. Yeah. Sounds good. All right, moving to, there's nothing for 10, or closing comments. I've got Henry and Robin.
Henry Noyes, 14345 Trick Road. Just wanted to bring up
a dirt bike track next to my house by David Rafferty and his cohort. As I stated earlier, these activities are turning clients away from my wife's business. They're preventing us from peacefully enjoying our property. We've been keeping daily logs of this activity for months now. It seems to be escalating. Many times on Sunday, from 10 o'clock to dark. Last Sunday, they were riding out with lights on. One of these days, we're forced to stay inside. We can't, just to get a little bit of peace. I'm coming to try to express my views on this. On Sunday, March 17th, compliance officer was out to our home to measure the noise, which was found to be well over the limit. While returning to my house, Mr. Rafferty jumped over his fence and physically assaulted me. While I was in my truck, he was obviously drunk. I told the officer not to arrest him, which he wanted to do. This is the kind of example he's setting for his kids that are riding along there, and he calls it a family activity. We also have issues with the drainage that's being, our drainage ditch is filled in by a dirt bike track. I'm just asking the council to follow up on this complaint at some point. And I think the noise is well over the limit. This noise is like the garbage, just like the manure. You don't throw it over your fence in your neighbor's yard, even in lots of hay.
Okay, thank you. I got Keith Harris.
Mr. Mayor, would it be appropriate to get some input from the town management on the issue being raised? Because I don't know that I'm getting all the information. I'm getting mixed information, and I wonder
Relative to the last comment?
relative to last comment.
Well,
I mean, has there been a complaint, actually signed code violation request? Has been?
Oh, yes, Henry and his wife Robin Sheehan have filed a complaint with us. We have been working the case. As you know, it's a noise issue, and they're the hardest ones to prove because you have to have readings. There have been a number of times when a code officer has been out. Sometimes he's been out and there was no noise going on. There were a couple of times when he wasn't available. They called trying to get him. There have been two positive readings. The first positive reading occurred when Mr. Rafferty actually volunteered to ride the bikes and let him take a reading, and it was just a few decibels above. But that was we didn't count that as a reading because that was more or less it was under a test kind of condition. And he was trying to be cooperative. We did get another reading. However, I think what happened was he was interrupted in the reading, and you try to get a 10-minute reading so that it's enforceable. And he was at the point of trying to get that, and I think they stopped him to talk to him, and that caused the problem. But nevertheless, I am very empathetic to their concern. They obviously have an issue, especially Ms. Sheehan has horses, and I guess she reported on many occasions that the noise could have spooked the horses and caused some problems. We try to think out of the box in terms of ways to address the situation. There have been other people who complained about verbally about the track and the noise that's occurring. I've been doing this a long time, and I'm not a mediator, certified mediator or anything, but I have sat down with folks and tried to get them together. And I've done it a couple times in town now, but I guess the question is that I don't know if that's something council wants staff to do in terms of timing. I'm going to do that if you want us to consider trying to work that out. That's getting folks together and trying to get them to pretty much get along. There have been some other things we've tried to look at in terms of if they get into areas that are really out of the box thinking, and certainly if council is interested, I'll propose those, but I'd have to talk to Mike about it a little bit too. I mean, you try to, search for ways that pretty much, and I'm trying to be fair to both sides. I mean, when you're doing code enforcement, you got to stay in the middle. You don't try to go to one side, even though I am empathetic to their concerns. So having said that, it's something we're still working. I know in their situation, they're probably very distressed over the situation, because it's a piece of enjoyment of their own property.
But I wasn't sure whether there's an action request, signed request.
There is.
There is. All right. And you mentioned something that, I don't want to belabor it, but you said something about the 10-minute period. You don't need a noise registering over limit for a solid 10 minutes.
Yeah, you do.
No, you do not.
You do.
It's not the intent, that's not the intent. So if that's what you're going by, then we've got to talk about that.
Yeah. We'll have to talk about that.
All right, Keith. Yes, for the record, my name is Keith Harris. I reside at 2580 C Road. I come to you as a private citizen with a somewhat of a urgent matter, but also for the interest of the town. On Monday, I forwarded a letter to the town manager, to the members of council, to the planner and planning technician, to the members of the planning and zoning board, to the members of the ULDC review committee, and members of the equestrian committee, for the purposes of creating a dialogue to discuss the revision of the town of Waxahachie Groves Unified Land Development Code as to the residential zoning district having commercial equine operations changed from a special exception use to a permitted accessory use. My wife and I moved to Waxahachie in 2006 for the purpose of starting and running an equine sporting facility. In July of 2006, I closed on the property. I talked to Palm Beach County about getting a permit to build a second barn, as the property already had an existing 6-stall barn. It had 3 acres of agricultural protection from the county appraisal office. I was told that I could have up to 4 horses per acre. With 5.75 acres, I could have 20 places horses, so I had 16 stalls to be built on a permit, 10 new, 6 existing. Property appraiser's office then came out and revised my agricultural status from 3 acres to 4.5 acres. So I consider myself a bona fide agricultural use property. March of this year, the Palm Beach County Animal Control Division came by and shared that they felt I was operating a commercial stable without a permit. And under an animal control ordinance of 1998, if you have more than 4 horses on your property that are not yours, you're considered a commercial stable. I immediately applied for the permit. I received the next day an hour-and-a-half inspection from Animal Control, passed it, paid my $400 fee, and 3 days later I got my commercial stables permit from Palm Beach County. With that, I was told I needed a business tax receipt. I went to apply for it, and the application requires me to get a zoning approval from my municipality, being Waxahachie Groves. I met with our planning technician and our town manager, and was told that I'd have to go through a special exception use permit application. Needless to say, for 2 days I walked around without sleep because it said that I was going to have to pay some $2,500 to $3,000 non-refundable for an application fee. I would have to go through the simple process of a site plan and a map of all properties within 1,500 feet of the center of my property, which will cost an additional $1,000. The special exception use review is by town council in a quasi-judicial review process. So I will have to pay another $1,500 to $2,000 for legal representation to find out whether or not the business I've been operating for 6 years will be allowed to continue. My personal condition is if it's not allowed to continue, I will lose my only source of income. I will not be able to make my mortgage payments, and I will lose the farm. So I come to you as a citizen needing some relief conversation with John Costigan, who's the assistant attorney of the State of Florida Department of Agriculture, who stated that, of course, among things I'm exempt from are building permits, but even though I got one for my new trailer barn, and that I'm not required to obtain a business tax receipt. Now, the issue is, Palm Beach County will not renew my stables, commercial stables permit unless I get one. And the only way I can get one presently is go through the town and air my private matters to the public, scrutiny and debate, and at the mercy of the town council to determine my fate. I see commercial stables or commercial equine operations in the Waxahachie Groves as being a very big bonus to us. I'd rather have mom and pop horse farms than standalone convenience stores and strip malls. So I want to offer this as a dialogue to start considering the review of the development code with regards to commercial equine operations. Being a member of the Town of Waxahachie Groves Planning and Zoning Board, I looked at other options, and one was declare a legal non-conforming use. Well, that's all fine and good, but I'm a bona fide agricultural business, so why should I apply for something that says I'm legal non-conforming? So you can see my dilemma, and this is the dilemma of many property owner in Waxahachie Groves, as if you have more than 4 horses on your property, you could be subject to this review. And many will be found in compliance. On the way here today, I saw a farm that had 5 horse trailers on its property. Now, to me, that's not saying that the owner has a hobby of collecting horse trailers. This telling me he's got multiple stalls rented out to various owners, which is a common practice in the equine community. Most people have boats. They don't have a marina or a boat slip behind the house if they're on trailers. Same with horses. There are not too many people that can have the whereas to own a farm that have their own stables.
We could keep kind of wrap it up.
Okay, so I'm asking the town to reconsider this requirement of a special exception use with regard to commercial equestrian operations and make it a permitted accessory use. As the only difference is, I have 16 horses on my property. I could have, yes, 16 owners, but the impact is the same as up for maybe 2 or 3 road trips a day on traffic. It's no different than one owner owning 16 horses. I appreciate your help, and I'm looking forward to discuss matters to relieve my problem as well as prevent problems to other property owners of Waxahachie Groves. Thank you for your time.
Mark, can we follow up on this with some kind of idea report, or maybe this is something that the committee could look into?
Yeah, just very briefly, Mayor, we are actually doing that. We've been working with Keith. It is something, it's a code that we've been told by Palm Beach County Animal Control they're going to continue to enforce. We've had some discussion at the ULDC Review Committee already. We were talking about the definition, and we're also dealing with special exceptions, and I will have it on the agenda for the next meeting as well. We do have a year to correct the problem. Doesn't mean we need to go slow. We'll move forward, but yeah, we are working with Keith, and we'll try to get this resolved.
Okay. Ron?
Mark, while this problem's trying to be solved, does it affect his business?
No, he's okay for right now.
Okay.
We thought at one point we had a 30-day window,
Right.
but now, right now we have a year to work on it. But he's, as I understand it, you're okay right now, Keith, correct?
I can act as going business as usual right now, but come next March, if I don't have business tax receipt, they won't give it to me. The state says I don't need one.
And I've got faith in my ULDC committee. I think they'll have the problem solved before next March. But hey, definitely let us know prior to March if we're having a problem with that.
Okay, we're going to get Frank Charlotte.
Frank Shell on Marcel Boulevard. I've talked to 3 different times, that's 3 different times too much. And I promise you that you won't be hearing from me again for a while. I was at a
throughout the last year or so, I've been at most of the meetings, sitting in the back there. And I hear words coming out of people's mouths that when they get up here, they'll say, you're corrupt. Town managers are corrupt. Water control is corrupt. Or you're racist. I would really hope the council will go ahead and when this comes up, is to put a stop to it right then and there and not let it go on. People use the word corrupt very easily. When they don't get their way or don't like something going on, you're corrupt because you don't agree with it. That's ridiculous. Because what they're implying is that you are benefiting somehow, either through getting paid off or some other way, which is untrue. And it really bothers me that people come up and say this. I was at a council meeting over in Riviera Beach a few years ago. Somebody came up there and said, the whole council's corrupt because he just didn't like what they were saying. And they stopped the meeting right there and had the police officer remove him from the meeting. Using words like racist, you're racist, or this is racism. These are not words that need to be used here. People have proof of that, that's one thing. But just to go and blurt it out because it's something that you don't like or because someone's coming after you is not right. And as a council, I would really hope that it would not be tolerated, it would be stopped right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Howard Board?
Howard Bourne, E Road. One thing that Keith Harris didn't tell you is something else that John Costigan told him. As soon as he mentioned he was from the town of Loxahatchee Groves, he goes, oh my God, the town famous for the agricultural wars. So that's the reputation we have in Tallahassee. We're supposed to be an agricultural community, yet everybody up there knows this is the place where the agricultural wars are going on. Okay, there has been nothing but movements in order to suppress agriculture. Unless it's the type of agriculture that you're in favor of, people are out to suppress it. And that's not what we're supposed to stand for. As far as the ULDC committee is concerned and Mr. Harris's problem, we happen to be right at that exact point, right at the end of our last meeting. We were discussing the definition of that. We were talking about how wide is there even a definition, and we were told that because it's a special exception, it needs to be defined. I brought up the fact that how can you have bona fide ag as a special exception? The town has no business having anything that's bona fide ag as a special exception. You can't do that. It's wrong. And so we got to eliminate that. I asked Mr. Fleischman to look into it. Next meeting I'll find out what he came up with. But it seems, obviously, from what Mr. Harris's experience is, that the county accepts it as bona fide ag. He's got his status. He doesn't need an occupational license. And so his real fight needs to be with Palm Beach County Animal Control for requiring this, okay? But he shouldn't also have to fight the town, because you can't have bona fide ag requiring a special exception or a special permit or special anything. Okay? Now what you do by leaving that in there, you make all kinds of people within the groves outlaws. And that was not your intention. And so that's one of the first things I would like to address with the blessings of the council when we have the next ULDC meeting. Thank you.
Sounds good. All right, Virginia Standish.
We're going to add a little something on the card. Virginia Standish, 15410 North Road. My comments to the town council are, as the ULDC, we could use your input. I'll be calling on each of you for your input. Specifically, at our very first meeting, we brought up the issue of bona fide ag. And one of the comments was made, this needs to be in front of the ULDC. Bona fide ag is what we're supposed to be about. And yes, we have the ag wars in this, among other wars. So we really need your input and direction and feedback from all of you on things you see. The other thing, and again, I'm speaking, I try to be neutral on things unless it's blatantly obvious that it's got to be said. But anyway, as a member of the ULDC, this is going to come up, the noise issue. And I've been baffled. I've gone to D-Road and listen, I've listened to this for months, and I've personally gone with nobody knowing I was going there, because I'm on the ULDC committee. I'm like, this is gonna come up before us, and we're only advisory to the P&Z. But I wanted to know what was going on. And Mr. McClendon saw me out there, and Mr. Lefkowitz and his wife drove by, so, you know, everybody knew I was out there. And I have to say, my nieces have ATVs and dirt bikes. They don't come on my property. I respect my neighbors. I respect the noise ordinance. Now, granted, it could be a little bit higher because I don't think lawnmowers are now allowed and tractors aren't allowed. I'm not saying we don't need to tweak things. But what I am baffled about, and I will say this, I haven't had a chance to say this to Mark, and listening to all the stuff that's gone on, all the little wars we have, I stood there, and what I noticed is, and I stood there for over an hour, the minute those bikes that were going full speed, because there was no sheriff on the road, they were louder than the birds. And I believe the birds have been an issue, a noise issue. So I was a little bit baffled why we haven't been able to monitor the noise, and maybe I'm speaking as testimony here, why we haven't been able to document this noise, but we could document the bird noise. So as a member of the ULDC committee, I will admit to you, I am confused by this issue. And I will look to Mark for feedback as to why there's a problem. And I know you stood there too, sir, and I know...
No, comment about the noise being
Okay.
monitored. I believe it costs one residence like $1,200 to have a professional come out for like 2 or 3 days. Whereas our situation is, we try to monitor it for 10 minutes. So,
Right.
So that's how you definitely have one place different than the other. And I don't think the residents are willing to pay $1,200 to monitor.
No, but sometimes we just need to use, I think it's, you have heard everybody have to use the term common sense. And so as a person on the ULDC committee, trying to use some common sense here, but my point is, and Mark made a good point perhaps about mediation, and perhaps we don't want to encourage motocross popping up on everybody's property. I know I worked with my neighbors who have ATVs, and one thing I want to point out too, there was a young girl who died on B Road. And the real story behind that death was maybe a lot of kids didn't tell their parents. The ATVs had been running for months. And that night, my neighbor told me, he's a young man who had an ATV at the time. He was coming home at 1 o'clock in the morning, and the ATVs were running up and down the road, playing chicken with the cars. And unfortunately, that's what we believe caused the death of that young girl. Because the next day, all the ATVs stopped. Now, since this has been going on in the neighborhood, ATVs are running up and down the roads, and I don't care if they're my neighbors or not, I'm going to start taking pictures with these little darlings and going to visit the parents, and then it's going to PBSO. So to wrap it up, as a ULDC person, I'm a little bit confused by how we're handling issues in this town, and as a resident, I'm also confused. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving to town attorney, Mike.
No report.
Coordinator.
Can I ask you?
No, there's no deed.
There's no gain imminent.
No, I know, I'm talking about the last game.
That was terrible.
Mike, you don't have a report, do you have any kind of update to the progress in getting the transfer proposed? Any meetings since you?
I had a conversation with the district council actually this afternoon. They are looking to get a form for us to look at for that claim deed. We did discuss some of the title issues that have been discussed at the intergovernmental coordination meeting. You all don't want to hear a lot of the nuance, but it is a lot to get your hands around, 80 years of documentation. Some of the companies that are involved don't no longer exist to verify some of the rights that are designated there. The district roads are different. That's why I think it's a good idea to have a meeting on that, because that does not involve, we want to say, I'm sorry, non-district roads, But, the one thing I point out in the memo, and I'm not sure if it's going to be discussed on Monday or not, is that right now, we're working on the letter roads that are in the special act. The Compton and Marcella, we don't have anything from the district yet. I have the documentation for those roads that say they were dedicated, they were accepted, I think, by the district that's where we're at. I'm hoping to have more to put in the memo for the middle of April. That's where we're at this afternoon.
Well, I guess, I believe the council wants you to move as quickly as you can forward.
I understand.
I believe the council wants you to do that if you have to be independent of the district council and you get something done without and do those things on your own. I think the council has given that subtle direction. And
One of the things we talked about today, for example, on that point is Bryan Road. That's one we don't have any documentation of. We talked about, we had a good conversation about ways to try to find information on Bryan Road if it exists. It's there of the view, and I sort of too, there has to be something out there on it. If there isn't, we need to confirm it. If there is, that's the next step. So I'm going to do some work to try to just confirm if there's anything out there on that.
well, I wonder if, I mean, I can't speak for the council, but I think I'm speaking of what we've already agreed to. And if it needs, if you need more help within your firm, then I guess that would be a question to come back to the council, say, you want me to go ahead and expand beyond your individual time and bring somebody else into it? Because as far as I'm concerned, that's high priority.
Right.
And just ask the council, you have to ask the council if you need more than what you're getting or more time than you can allow to work on it. If you need something else, then come back and ask us, please, because...
Well, how about if we talk about that as part of the meeting on the 16th? I already have on here a couple of things to go over with Mr. Duty, who does our real estate work on that, and on that topic, if there's something that I think could be useful in some direction, I think we can discuss it.
I mean, we get asked, we all, I think, got a note today or yesterday, what was the status of, resurfacing a road, and we don't have a lot to say. We can't really answer it. But those are the kinds of things that, I hate to keep saying, well, we're working on it, because we are working on it. But if there's anything more you can seek to be done, and you need more to do it, then I would ask you to ask us. And come up with some ideas, for maybe a month or two, we put a second attorney on this. I don't know, that's the council's determination, but you need to ask us if you need one. If you think you'd get more done and you just need the resource to do it.
I understand.
Okay. All right. Moving to town council comments. Jim is first.
I kind of made mine, but boy, the place is cleared out. We had a real good turnout. A lot of people came tonight, spent a lot of time. So I think the addition of having comments at the front end of the meeting might help a few that don't have the time to stay. To an empty house, thank everybody that came. And have a great night, the rest of it.
Right.
Mark, you gotta stop making these deceptive agendas. Because I looked at it and I thought it was gonna be an easy night, but we're here probably 11:30 now, so good night.
Ron?
Thanks for coming, but one comment. We've got 3 roads, and Jim's right, people are calling us, okay? You got, the worst road is Bryan's Road. Now, hey, you're not gonna find anything on Bryan's Road. It was done late in the evening, because at the time, nobody wanted asphalt in Loxahatchee. Okay, they didn't get any approvals, they didn't get any signatures. But those roads are existing, they have pavement on them now, they need to be resurfaced. Now, I have a hard time trying to realize why it's so hard to get an existing road resurfaced or even getting a bid. In other words, for our town management to get people to come in and give bids. We got a bid when the Ocean people was here, 19, 20,000, this and that. We'll probably end up forgetting how much that was, but the Ocean people are going to be coming again, somebody to do collecting canal or whatever. And I've asked Mike, I've asked you to, we've said that basically we will need the permission from the people on collecting canal. Okay, people have asked me, and Bryan's Road, they keep asking me, Ron, when are you going to get me the paperwork so I can get all the residents to tell you, we're begging for help here, finish our road before it completely disappears. So those are two things I'm looking for. I'm looking for a letter that we can approach collecting canal people with to prepare for the future. I'm looking for a letter that the residents can use, I'm assuming just like Compton and Marcella, that the residents on Bryan's Road can willingly go out and get everybody to sign so that we can get bids on this and try and help them out before the hurricane season gets here. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to congratulate you, Mayor, on your reelection, and Ron, on your vice mayorship. And not to make anything go on too long, but I just want to bring up one little problem that is becoming a bigger problem, and that is the problem of poaching of wild hogs in Waxahachie groves. And I see three problems with it. One problem is it's thieving of things that don't belong to people from landowners. It's involving a great deal of trespassing, and in my particular case, and maybe some other people, there's been some depredation on their property because of this. Gates left open, things messed up, things get where they shouldn't be. Maybe they're going to get on a highway, somebody's going to die because some idiot left their gate open in a alleyway, or somebody cut a fence because they need to lift a hog over the thing, and then they just take the hog and throw it in the damn canal anyway. I've had occasion to look in the canals recently, and I've seen 2 dead alligators and 3 dead hogs that are just thrown in there randomly for no good reason whatsoever. And it honestly disgusts me that anybody would go out there and do this. And what these people do is go out and take pictures of them having killed these hogs, post it on their Facebook account, and then throw it in the canal or post it someplace for people to see in this ridiculous manner. And I don't know what to do about it. I spent Easter evening sitting out in a field trying to catch these people. It's not good. I don't think it's what comes with the territory of being in the ag business. But I know that I'm not the only person that's suffering this problem. I know that Ryan and his family have similar issues with people going on their property all the time. And I don't know if perhaps that we're going to have to put maybe a town ordinance that increases the trespassing situation and gives the PDSO what they need, but it presents a problem, and it's not just a joke, and it's not just a hog. They're doing more things than just killing a hog. And that alone, for one thing, I was raised to know that there's an etiquette that goes along with hunting. And that is, if you kill it, you eat it. You don't kill it, take a picture, put it on Facebook, throw it in the ditch. That's disgusting. And like I said, it's wrong, and I think it's something we are going to have to deal with as a town. Because I know through the network of younger people that exist, and my children have told me that people in town think of Waxahachie Groves as the place to come out and go hunting. And one of their top places is the corner of Beach Road and Southern Boulevard. And this has been, friends of mine told me, oh yeah, I was at a party and they told me they go hunting in Waxahachie Groves. I was in North Florida and I had some people tell me, oh yeah, I go hunting in Waxahachie. And I said, oh yeah, where's that? He said, I have a big grove that's up there on the north end. And I said, well, I don't think they let you there. Oh yeah, they do. But they were lying. They were saying they had permission to Ryan's place. I checked with them and they don't. So, it's wrong. I don't hate to take it the time now, but it's a bad thing. We don't need to get the reputation that this is a place for people to come and have a late night party. There's enough problems over in my area with the Interman property. That thing's going on again. The neighbors that live to the east of the Interman property are all upset now, and they're closing off their part of Pineapple because they have people parking at the gates at 2 o'clock in the morning, knocking on an 80-year-old woman's door at 4 o'clock in the morning. And on top of this, and I wasn't going to bring it up, but on top of this, I don't know if everybody's aware, but we have a tent city now behind the A&G store, where there's a tent, and people living in it, and they're camping out there, and the sheriff can't do anything about it because I guess you're allowed to have tent cities. So that's the kind of stuff that we're going to have to come around.
Actually, on that, we determined that the property is the corner of Mr. Lee's property, And the sheriff had asked us to get that information, so I think we turned that over yet?
They spoke with the sheriff, and we need to notify Mr. Yee, which I did. He's going to go take a look. He has to be the one to call the sheriffs in order for them to throw them off for trespassing. So.
Okay. And the other issue is really not so much state. I can think of 3 very serious state offenses that they're breaking by trespassing with a gun and hunting hogs in Florida, because hogs legally belong to the property owner.
Yeah, it's
You
that.
can't hunt them, right? You can't hunt them south of route, you know, of a certain route, because they're not, they belong to the property
They
owner.
belong to the property owner whose land they're on.
That's exactly right.
And if they're on your property and they kill your hog, that's.
So trespassing with a firearm is a felony, and it's a very serious crime, so, you know, that,
Once again, it goes to enforcement. I don't know if in the end, the wildlands police have to get a little more involved in it, the wildlands unit, or what has to happen.
that's who you're gonna have to talk to. And, you know, but anyway, all right, we want to thank everybody for being here, everybody that's here. And, we have a motion. Yeah. Okay, I think we need to sign some stuff. I already signed. Okay. No resolution. What do we need to sign today?
Just
Just the resolution.